We keep the light on or no present? Okay. Okay. Take it. Take it. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Today we are on day 5 of workshop number 1, and I'm quite happy that last 4 days we covered a diverse spectrum of topics, speakers, and right from diplomacy to governance to traditional knowledge to even global organizations being represented by their top leadership. And today, we are very happy to have Professor Ajay Dandekar, a historian by background, but he has diverse experience in governance, in working with the communities, in strategic interactions, strategy formulation. I had the fortune of working with him under his leadership, and it was a very, very good experience for me to learn from him how a team can be taken forward, diverse team of people with different backgrounds coming together and contributing to a cause. Sir will be talking about water resource management and rural livelihood. As you are aware, this workshop series focuses institutionalization of the skilling ecosystem for realizing the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, a new perspective based on the underwater domain awareness framework. So I thought this is a very important area. Water anyway, fresh water is a very, very important issue, getting more and more critical. So who better than Professor Ajay? And today we are also happy to have, after his lecture, Dr. Swayam Prabha Das will be joining us online from Delhi. She has a rich experience of working with multiple global organizations, and she's an expert on climate change. Post lunch, we have Shri Hemang Jani, Secretary of the Capacity Building Commission under the Prime Minister's office, joining us physically, and he will be, and his team will be giving us a broad perspective on the capacity building initiative of the Government of India. As you all know, India is at a very, very different point now. The whole world is looking at us very seriously. We are growing at a very different rate. Capacity building has to match up the aspirations of 1.4 billion people. The demographic challenges can only be addressed if we have the right capacity building plan. So I don't think there is anybody better to join us on the conclusion of the first workshop on policy, because he is at the apex level of policy making in the country. We will also be joined by Shri Pratap Rao Pawar sir, who is the chairman of the Board of Governors of the College of Engineering, Pune, who have been very gracious to allow us to host this event in their premises. And Pratap Rao sir has been at the forefront of various activities and a long experience of governance and community interaction. So without taking much time, we also have Admiral Verma sir here. He is a mentor to MRC. He has been the chief of material in the Navy. Then he headed the nuclear submarine project. Under his leadership, the submarine was launched. Somebody who understands technology. He has mentored many startups, has mentored many young entrepreneurs like us. And I have been singularly fortunate to have his guidance for more than 20 years now. So, Professor Ajay sir, over to you. I will request you, as a tradition in MRC, we don't introduce the speaker. We request the speaker to kindly speak about their journey, their professional life, and also the organization they represent, so that the audience gets a good perspective of where you come from. So, over to you, sir.
So good morning. Thank you, uh, Arnav, Director, MRC, distinguished guest audience online and offline. This is, in a sense, quite interesting and surreal also, because I thought that our online days were over post COVID, but I think online has come to stay anyway. Is good in a way, because that way people can perhaps participate more. Physical distance is not the issue anymore. So, as Arnav said, I need to slightly introduce myself. I will not take much time on that. I teach at Shivnadar University, which is located near Delhi. It is an institution of eminence as awarded by the Government of India. I also happen to be associated with a foundation which was set up by Government of India, the Bharat Rural Livelihoods Foundation, and we work in the area of rural and especially tribal livelihoods. Not much of a difference. The geographies are different because Schedule 5 areas is where we are mandated to work, and perhaps some of the Schedule 6 areas as well as an invitation. But it's not about that today. By training, I am a student of history, but I do dabble into strategic issues. My core strategic issue of interest would be Sino-Indian relationship, especially post 62. Uh, Not much I have written on it, but I have got almost everything that is there on it. Some I have written here and there. I also work on tribes, nomadic tribes, denotified tribes. Uh, and I recently I started working last 20 years on agriculture and water. So farmer suicides is one issue that I looked at earlier, and now the larger issues in Indian agriculture. And related to that, of course, therefore, are the livelihoods concerns. So today I'm supposed to be talking to you all on the concerns and opportunities, as I think both on livelihoods, and related to that is water. So the first thing that one must clarify, some basic, let's say, uh, rhetorical throat clearing. One is that today livelihood and water has a very large uh, international integration. It is no longer just an issue of domestic economy or domestic policy. That's the first thing. It's a far more integrated economy than what it was in 1991. 1991 we take as a kind of a watershed year, as everybody knows, because that is when the economic policy drastically changed. And we opened up the economy somewhat under duress because we had run out of, I think, foreign exchange. We borrowed heavily to stabilize our currency. International Monetary Fund stepped in for that. They made us devalue the currency, I think, to the tune of almost 60%, if I'm not wrong, or more. Then came the World Trade Organization, which India entered. India is a founding member of the WTO. WTO was conceptualized in 1944 in Bretton Woods, but was never created till 1994-95. I think the reason is the Cold War that went on in between. And once the Pax Americana began after the collapse of the Soviet Union, it was a opportune time for them to create the World Trade Organization. And there were, if you see the conditions of the WTO, the way it functions, it is extremely heavily tailored in terms of the primarily the G7 countries. The entire terms of trade that they've defined are primarily to cater to maintaining the supremacy of the G7. Even today, I think by and large, it is the case. And if we look at when we say G7, if we look at United States, Germany, France, UK, Japan, then the combined GDP of these countries would roughly, if I'm not wrong, would be around $35 trillion. Roughly, maybe more, but not less. US alone is around 20, $21 trillion today. China, around $12 trillion. So this talk of the Chinese competing with the West is in some sense a red herring. They cannot. They can to a certain extent in certain areas, but they do not have in the foreseeable future the financial wherewithal to compete with the West. And that the West knows well. By the term West, I mean the bloc led by the United States of America, and led very decisively. And why this is important for us, I'll come to that in a moment in terms of livelihoods and water. But one more, I think, telling point that has emerged in last, I think, 2 years, maybe 1 year post-COVID, is that the Americans first and then Europeans later, and by Europeans I mean European Union and the United Kingdom, perhaps simultaneously realized that they need to protect the crown jewels of their technology, uh, and to keep them within themselves. And this realization came after the COVID experience and after the Chinese moves. Uh, if you remember, China made some very aggressive moves even during COVID. They go by what they call aggressive deterrence as praxis for practicing their foreign policy. And they believe that they are the middle kingdom, so everything else should flow from there. When this realization finally dawned, this was a sea change from what Deng Xiaoping had envisaged to Xi Jinping. It's a very different ballgame now. So they first removed the major Chinese presence from the rollout of the 5G in Europe and in the United States, not just in the rollout, but in the entire supply chain. So, and starting from there, if you see the steps they have taken, for instance, the European Union has now empowered their Director General of Trade to take unilateral decisions on the Chinese companies. Recently, United States, in fact, removed some 27 corporations from their trade list, which were allowed to do trade with the US. And the only legislation that got passed in the US Congress during Trump's time, President Trump's time, was a bipartisan legislation countering China. All the other legislative affairs were not bipartisan, not passed. Now, why this is important to us? It is important to us because, as we said, our economy is very, very well integrated now with the global economy, far more than what it was. If you look at our economy, it's roughly around a $3 trillion economy today, roughly, give and take something here and there. The per capita income without inflation filter is roughly around 1,75,000 rupees per year. But if you put the inflation filter, we roughly should take about 20-25% out. So our per capita income should come down to around 150, 160, 1,60,000 per annum. Now, looks good, but if you break it down into months and into days, then what do you get? You roughly get around 13,000 rupees a month. Give and take, of 1,000 here and there. 13,000 rupees a month. If you break it down further into days, then what do you get? And then with that figure, if you then look at the way the person is going to fulfill her needs, education, health, livelihood, food, water, travel, basic things, then we can see we're a long way to go in terms of fulfilling the needs of 1.4 billion. It's a large country. Right now, there is a demographic dividend which can become a double-edged sword if employment is not generated. And so that is the broad picture in terms of per capita income. If you look at the GDP, then the major GDP contribution comes from the services sector, more than 50%, roughly around 55%, if I'm not wrong today, between 51 to 55. 32 is manufacturing, and that is stagnant, mind you. Manufacturing sector has not grown in terms of contribution to GDP. Agriculture is the rest, around 11% today. But almost 55% of our people are locked up in agriculture, which is contributing to 11% of GDP. Now, GDP, the way it is calculated, it is, as you know, a sum of the total goods and services, that value that gets created in the economy. But it can be done differently, because if 55% of people are into agrarian sector, one way to look at it is that, that's not a good thing. And I remember Mr. Chidambaram, when he was the finance minister, spoke like that in Harvard University, saying that India must, pull out people from agriculture by 2040, 50, 80% of Indians should live in urban areas, etc., etc., etc. Pipe dream is not going to happen, and good that it is not going to happen. And I'll come to that. The estimate is that almost 800 million people would still be in the rural areas by 2050. Now, COVID also engineered one more process of what we call reverse migration. So, as you know, there is a large scale migration of daily wage workers from urban to the rural. Estimates vary from 1 million to some fantastic figures as 35 million. The truth would be somewhere in between, but the fact remains that there was a large scale migration to the villages, in quotation mark, the rural. Post COVID, if only a fraction of that population has come back to work in the urban areas. In other words, therefore, the pressure on the rural has increased in terms of land, in terms of requirements, in terms of resource extraction, etc. So that is one more fact that we need to bear in mind. And I do not think that reverse thing again, reverse, is going to happen now. There are not enough jobs in the economy for them to come back and find gainful employment. There have been some studies on this, and those of you interested, we can later on get into those studies. Now, if this is the case, then let's say that by 2050 and by 2040, 2045, the population growth rate will decline drastically. We will soon get, within 20 years, into a bracket of an older population. So we'll have more older people to take care of. Something that Europe is experiencing today, we'll start the incipient experience of that in the next 15, 20 years. In other words, we will need a percentage of people who would have to be taken care of. That percentage will grow to the percentage of people who would be working. Even today, the working population to the total population who can work, the discrepancy is very large. For instance, if the 100 people who can work, physically able, out of that, the estimate would be that roughly only 30, 35 people are getting work. That is a scale of hidden unemployment or direct unemployment in the country. And that has got nothing to do, mind you, with any of these policies that the government of India brings. There's MG Narega, some states have urban rural livelihood missions as well. It has got a larger reason, a structural anomaly in the economy that is there for last 30, 35 years, and that needs to be addressed. And therefore, it is actually a structural issue in the economy, and we will come to that. So if this is the broad picture, then we need to, of course, take care of the urban infrastructure, which would mean what? Which would mean basically two things: electricity, that is power generation, and drinking water. And water, of course, for industrial purposes. Rest should follow from that, because these are the two key things. If you remove these two things, the infrastructure collapses. For the rural, water for agriculture, because our agrarian situation would be such that more and more land will come out of agriculture. Actually, if you look at the way we started, roughly around 145 million hectares during at the beginning of independence, 145, 155. Today, the total cultivable land has reduced from that figure because urbanization has grown and so forth. That process will continue. Uh, so we need to look at land size in a manner where it should take care of our food security. India produces roughly 270 million tons of food grains to cater to a population of 1.4 billion. So we're barely managing the food security issue. We still have to import certain things. But we are not in the state we were in the 50s and 60s. That time there was food scarcity. From that, we got ourselves out. Green Revolution helped initially, but now we need to rethink on the Green Revolution totally, because it is not sustainable. That kind of experiment is not sustainable. So then what we are looking at? We are looking at an average farm size in India today is 1.11 hectares. Marginal. 80% of our agriculture is done by marginal farmers. That is, they don't have land holding beyond that. That's point number one. Two, if that is the case, how do we take care of food security? And second, what about water? Today, 80% of the total harvested water and groundwater, both, and India, mind you, survives on groundwater, not on irrigated water, uh, goes to agriculture, 80%. So there is a demand side management that is going on water in India for last 70 years, right? This has to be looked at. Why I'm saying this has to be looked at, and the entire model of industrialization therefore has to be looked at. If 800 million are going to be there, our dream when Dr. Manmohan Singh changed the economic policy some under duress, some under creative thinking, whatever be the reason, and there have been enough debates on that in 91 to 95, those years. Even today there are, but now that's an academic debate only. The deed has been done. If that has been done, then what was the objective? At that time, the objective was that India should export more through our manufacturing sector. It should become an export-oriented economy like the Chinese. China is an export-oriented economy. China is the workshop of the world, as it were. Their biggest strength and their biggest weakness also. Because somebody has to buy what you produce. If the West tomorrow starts shifting her production base out of China, the Chinese economy will be in trouble. And they actually are getting into that cycle a little bit. Though it is not in the interest of the West to completely do away with it. Otherwise, their own economies will come in question. So they won't do it that soon. But that threat they will hang. But the real problem is that the global economy does not have enough wherewithal to have another nation state becoming export oriented. They do not have the capacity to buy from two big giant countries having giant manufacturing bases that is catering to the rest of the world. And there is not enough material available also. And of course, the climate change, and we'll come to that as well, plays now a major role, should play a major role in this decision making. So then what happens? Raghuram Rajan, 2014, if I'm not wrong, stated as much. And coming from the heart of a neoliberal economist who would have gone along earlier with the premise that export-led growth, saying that that is not possible. So something drastically went wrong in economic policy is the only conclusion we can draw over last 35, 40 years. Uh, what has gone wrong and what should be corrected is that India has a large domestic market and a very varied domestic market. It's not a uniform, homogeneous domestic market, not a uniform, homogeneous population as well. Unlike China, China has almost a homogeneous population, 95% Han speaking. Their population concentration is largely to their north, whereas their water and their resources are to their south. That is the basic dilemma that the Chinese have always faced. So where India is concerned, that is not the situation. They have less cultivable land than India. They have I think 1/3 less cultivable land than India. We have more cultivable land than China. So, one way to look at that economy and compare it with ours, these are some pointers that we can use. If you have a large domestic market, then the first thing that the industrial policy should do is to not ignore it, but to work in tandem with still the largest sector of India's economy, that is agriculture. There is no way out from there. So Indian industrialization has to be hand in hand with agriculture and agriculture related ancillary industries. I'm not saying that people should go and work in the lands. Uh, it's already too much has happened there. That is not should not be the idea. But there could be so many ancillary industries that one can think of. Sustainable ancillary industries, not just ancillary industries. Sustainable in terms of use of water and electricity, and of course, labor. Now, this is easier said than done. I'm sure the government of India all these years has been aware of this problem. It's not that they are not. And in fact, if you look at the schemes that have been launched over 20, 25 years, there has been a certain push towards that. But more needs to be done. And it is not easy to switch gears like that without creating capacities. And that is where, there's a lot to be done. If you look at, let's say, let's ask a question, how many technical institutes we have which can cater to that kind of economy? For instance, simple things like, uh, electrical works, lathe machines, woodwork, entire handicraft industry that we have. What is the capacity building that has happened in these sectors? How many institutions India has? How many universities India has to cater to that? The answer should be very surprising, isn't it? Each state has an ITI, I suppose. Each state is not an IIT, but IITs are at a high end of technology. They are not at the lower end of the technology. The economy does not demand at that level high end technology. We have very few institutions like that. How many training institutes we have which will train the faculty to do this? In each sector, mind you, it's not just agriculture. When we look at that kind of economy, we are talking of transport, we are talking of health, we are talking of education. If 800 million people are going to be there in the so-called rural area, then they'll need all this. They'll need good health, they will need good education, very good infrastructure in terms of transport. Only then that kind of economy can flourish. How many training institutes we have in health management or hospitals or medical facilities? So as we calculate these, a different picture should emerge. We need to refocus our investments, both private and public, towards creating that economy. There has to be a consensus. There's a new thinking now that has come up which says that we must skip one entire stage of industrialization process, what they call a vault. China has gone through at one kind of industrialization process and they reach a particular point now. We don't have to take that route. we can skip and straight away go to renewable green technologies without getting into the mess of being a manufacturing nation of the Chinese kind. That will need some rethink, that will need a lot of investment also. But today, I'm sure in the climate that we have, investments and I think finances is not an issue. What we need is a framework. And towards that, and if that vault is attempted, that India decides to skip the manufacturing of the kind Chinese have and get into a different kind of a manufacturing level with green technologies, with sustainable agriculture, with sustainable industrialization. And by sustainable, I only mean two things. Water should last, land should remain rejuvenated, and we should get clean air. These are the three pillars of any economy, mind you, given the climate change today. You remove one pillar and the economy in next 20 years collapses. So today it is no longer an issue of a choice in that context. This is given, we need to do this. Now, when we need to do this, then the question is that water becomes then critical. Uh, how much water will India have going next 20, 30, 40 years? What is the issue of water security for us, for people? How much water should each sector get? Is there a perspective plan which looks at next 100 years as far as water is concerned? 100 years later, I think none of us sitting in this room are going to be here. But the nation state is going to be here. People are going to be here. The intra or intergeneration transfer of resources. How effectively can our generation and the generation after how effectively effect that transfer? These are the pillars on which these questions will be answered. Now, water, there have been some very interesting, credible studies, that have happened. And we know that we at the moment are getting into not water scarcity, but we are reaching a point. India is estimated to require around minimum 12 to 1500 cubic meters of water per capita. We are close to that now, right? And given the way climate change has happened, if you notice, the rainfall has remained the same. Quantity of rain that we get perhaps somewhat increased, but the days in which the rainfall occurs has reduced. In other words, in some concentrated time, most of the rain comes down, which is quite dangerous because it then results into a massive runoff. The topsoils are washed away, you have floods, all kinds of things have happened. We have not been able to stop that water. Our irrigation policy has been such that it is still looking towards harnessing water in big structures, but I think we are reaching those limits. Maharashtra is a classic case. Maharashtra has roughly what? More than 2,000 dams. Largest number of big dams in the country are in Maharashtra. How much of that water irrigates the land in Maharashtra is a very interesting question to ask. It does not irrigate too much land, given the topography and the geography of Maharashtra. And even then there, ecologically sustainable crops is another issue. For instance, Punjab and Maharashtra are very good test cases, paddy and sugarcane. Two water guzzling crops cannot be grown in water scarce region. Common sense. Today, Punjab is the paddy capital of India, along with, Punjab, Haryana together, and then of course Chhattisgarh. But Chhattisgarh is different. Chhattisgarh is conducive for paddy cultivation. Punjab, how come? Because of Green Revolution. We needed that kind of productivity to feed the population. It succeeded. But now there is a time to rethink on this. Punjab traditionally was a millet growing area. Now, farmer will not grow millet unless, or any other crop, unless there's a buyback. The farmer must get, the at least the price at which he produces in some extra in order to be interested in farming. And that brings us to the final issue that I want to put forward, which is the issue of the agrarian crisis in the country. As we know, the agrarian crisis is not visible. India food grain production is stable between 250 to 70 million tons, and there is proper food security in the sense that the government today can actually give rations at almost no cost to almost 800 million people. Today, 80 crore people are given free rations, right? Which means we have enough food grain to be able to do that. The question is, will we be able to sustain this given the nature of the agrarian crisis? So the agrarian crisis is two aspects. One is the land fragmentation. At one level, there is land consolidation, but at the other level, there is a land fragmentation. The average land holding, as I said, 1.11 hectares. Economically not a viable unit to produce because the farmer can't survive just by doing agriculture. So she or he needs agriculture plus for small landholders. That is where the daily wage comes in. That is where the migration comes in. Even in agriculturally rich areas, they will not be able to survive just on that land holding. On the other hand, there is land consolidation also. So top 5 or 7% of India's farmers or 10% of India's farming households, I think hold around 30-40% of India's farmlands. So both has happened simultaneously. That needs to be structurally addressed. The second thing in agriculture is eco-zone farming. Today we can't escape that we will have to do eco-zone farming in order to manage water. We almost run out of groundwater. If you look at the figures, Bangalore city, for instance, what is the situation of groundwater? Water table has gone down to what? 800 feet, 1000 feet. Punjab, what is the water table in Punjab? Punjab, contrary to popular belief, sustains on groundwater, mind you, not on irrigated water. Because of the overuse of water, the Punjab lands have gone somewhat, non-productive because of overuse of pesticides, fertilizers, and so forth. So the government will have to rethink the agriculture policy in toto. Unfortunately, agriculture is a state subject, whereas all the policies that impact on agriculture are global. They are not just regional. They're not just national. So the agreement on agriculture defines how much subsidy the government can give, and the West finds its way out of it. We are not been allowed to find a way out of it. But we'll have to assert ourselves in the WTO forums on that. What they call subsidy should not be taken as subsidy so far as India is concerned, because it's the mainstay of the economy. So in the mainstay of the economy, if investments are made or if farming is supported, that may not be looked at subsidy. Americans give their farmers cash subsidies because Americans use agriculture as one more weapon. Food is one more weapon for them. They can actually control the global food prices in cotton or in wheat or in corn in a big way. Of course, they're blessed with 4 times more land mass. Only 2.5% of the population is in agriculture. It's an agriculture on an industrial scale that they do. Here, we are in a different situation. So we'll have to manage with what we have. And what we have is not bad, actually. We have a ecologically variable region with us. We have enough water if water is managed. We will have to now look at the supply side management of water rather than doing demand side deliveries. Supply side management would mean that you rationalize the water in terms of ecozone uses. Very good example, again, Punjab, Maharashtra, I'm sure take around almost 60-65% of the irrigated water. Punjab either for paddy or Maharashtra for sugarcane. 3% of total cultivable land in Maharashtra is sugarcane, to which roughly 60%, I think, 65% water goes, irrigated water from Maharashtra. One way to address it is to reduce sugarcane by 50%, and your water supply in Maharashtra doubles up. Uh, Easier said than done, because there are other kind of economic interests. The whole infrastructure that is created on the sugarcane farming. We need to find a plausible alternative for those farmers before we tell them to give up on sugarcane. It will not be fair to tell them to give up on sugarcane and tell them to do something else without creating that structure, economic structure, that yields the same kind of results to them as they're doing sugarcane. But that will have to be done. There is no escape from that. Uh, Pune city, for instance, or Bombay. Now, Bombay is blessed with water. You get one good monsoon and we are done. Same with Pune. Those dams that we have in the upper reaches of the Sahyadris, one good rainfall to 3, 4 good rainfalls, there'll be enough water. But that water, mind you, today is being used for drinking water purposes. How much of that will go to agriculture? Right? So agriculture will have to be sustained in this manner. Ecozone farming will have to be done. And along with it, if green technologies are introduced, India will also have to shift from thermal to hydel to solar in terms of energy. Even today, our major source of energy is thermal. Not sustainable at all. But with that, there are strategic issues involved. The same issue confront China. Chinese are committed that they will switch, they'll reduce their thermal electricity generation by 15%, which means they'll switch to hydel, which means they'll use more water, which means there'll be pressure in the Brahmaputra basin for us if they use that water, because that's the only basin that is now untouched. They're almost exhausted, the three gorges and so forth. How do we face up to that challenge? And that's why, as I said, this is all interlinked. There is a massive strategic dimension to water. Brahmaputra, Gangetic Basin are joined at the hip. Brahmaputra and Indus are joined at the hip because they are both emanating from Tibet, which is part of China today. And the Chinese are the upper riparian there. So without taking that fact into account, India cannot perhaps develop an internal domestic water policy, because all the other river basins, if you look, are tiny, punitive, if compared to the Gangetic and the Brahmaputra basin. Brahmaputra, of course, is one of the biggest and the least tapped. If you look at the CWC reports, which are there in the public domain, least tapped basin, least exploited basin is Brahmaputra. Exploited in terms of judiciously using water. I'm not advocating that we go and do major hydel power projects in the basin there or in the upper reaches. They may not be ecologically sustainable after the results that we have from Joshimath. But storage, in some sense, to take care, to mitigate certain issues, should be looked at, and more effective use and strategically securing our water resources in the transboundary rivers would be the key as we go along. So I think I have taken half an hour. I won't go on more, maybe 10 minutes, and then we can have questions if you have, but let me sum up what I wanted to say. What I want to say is this. Today, the economy is interlinked with the global economy. Global economy largely is being led by the West and their interests. They are in energy and in green technologies. They are way ahead. They are almost self-sufficient. US can switch to green technologies in a day if they want. This they announced as early as when John Kerry was the presidential candidate in the United States. We have a long way to go, but we have an opportunity which no other country had in the industrialization process. That we have an opportunity to skip one entire stage of industrialization and directly go to the next stage using green technologies and sustainable development. For that, the entire structure of internal thinking, policy making, and resource deployment will have to change. In some sense, the entire issue of climate change and the outcome will be decided on the basis of what India does. Because to meet the energy needs, if we keep on idle, thermal, then the world will face a climate change disaster. If we sustain in this unsustainable manner our electricity generation and our water use. If we don't, then there is a chance for the climate change to be mitigated, to be contained within that 1.5 temperature rise. Because the alternative is unthinkable. If the temperatures go beyond 1.5, then the oceans are going to rise, and one scary scenario is that the entire eastern western coast will go underwater in next 30 to 50 years. So that is unthinkable for us. So in some sense, the alternatives are not only stark, but they are, I think, they are inevitable. There's no choice now in next 5 years before the governance structure, whatever the governance structure there is, will have to take some very tough calls in order to start shifting the structure of the policy so that we survive well. The quality of survival is very good. And that we would be then aspire to become why then 5 trillion, even $10 trillion economy in a different way. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Rishikesh Wag. And sir, my question is like, as you highlighted the agrarian crisis and even the role of China and the water. So, sir, like in the north and northeast, we have a very high cultivation of rice, and the rice being the major commodity exported to China. So it is a not a major, but also one of the important commodities being exported to China. So, sir, can we say that China is indirectly importing the water itself, and how can we curb that? Or can subsidies be the tool to control it, and can be the internal, what we can say, internal water regulations help in that?
I don't think we are exporting that kind of rice to China to be worried about. And I don't think we are doing that. We are exporting, but to others. And with rice, there is a very interesting thing. How many varieties of rice India has? Do you know? Wild guess. 8,500. Roughly around 80,000 varieties of rice India has. That is the biodiversity that we have. Yeah, I mean, that is reducing now. But we are, in fact, when they did the Green Revolution, there was an alternative that I was suggested because, as you know, we did the Green Revolution on hybrid seeds from International Rice Research Institute at Manila. Dr. Swaminathan was associated with them. Even at that time, there was another gentleman called Dr. Acharya, who was the chairman of the Rice Research Institute in India. And he had culled out from 20,000 varieties of rice, those varieties which could be crossbred internally. And therefore, he argued for that kind of a crossbreeding so that, we don't get into water intense regimes. Anyway, that did not happen. But that data and those varieties, I'm sure would still be there somewhere, either in Dr. Richaria's labs or in the Rice Research Institute at Bhopal and Chhattisgarh. So, yeah, so short answer, we are not exporting rice to China of that kind where we should be worried about. In fact, any export that we do to China is good because that reduces our trade imbalance with China. So are they taking water from us because we're exporting rice? No, they are not. Uh, do we need to be worried about what they will do about water? Yes, we should be. But I'm sure there are enough, awareness about that at the governance level to look at that.
Thank you. Sir, I have another question as well. About the first half of the session, sir, you highlighted the issue of migration. So, sir, there is a good amount of migration of Indian students abroad. And, sir, as at the stage in which India is, so in next 25 years, we need that population. So, how can that be addressed? And, like, do you think is that a worry or is that a problem?
No, in a sense, it's not a problem because if the Indians are going abroad, then what is happening is the Indian diaspora abroad will increase. It is already increased. Uh, and yeah, the problem is different. The problem is that most of the or many of the Indian students are going abroad are going on the back of their own parents' money and the foreign exchange that India earns, right? How many of Indians going abroad, especially at the undergrad level, are getting fellowships? Very few. So can there be a mechanism where we take a policy decision that, we need to create a larger footprint abroad, and therefore we need to consciously send our students abroad for certain sectors of, education where we need an edge. Chinese did it, mind you, initially. Today, the West has awakened to it, and now they're stopping them from entering into certain critical education institutions at the doctoral level. Because then, that technology then later can go back. So it's a strategic call. But I'm sure at the undergraduate level, there are enough excellent institutions in the country. And I don't think parents, maybe PG level in some sectors, but what we need to certainly do is to increase our outlay on education as a percentage of GDP to at least 7-8%, if not more. Right now, it is very little.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Professor, I have one comment or question or observation, but then now we just talked about rice. We've all of us know that both rice and sugar both are bad for our health, but that's what's been thrust on us all over the time. And we have alternates, as you rightly said. We were in millets, and of course. There's a lot of show going on international, what is it called, International Millet Day and things like that. But the question is, these small land areas, why can't we ensure that they grow these millets rather than, give them some subsidy or something? You give them the ability to grow millets, then you'll become the millet. Your consumption of water will come down drastically. Plus, it's not dependent so much on rain, so that water can be also, used for other purposes. So unless there is a 360-degree thinking involving the farmer, involving policymakers, involving, that's what we keep be talking, all the stakeholders. Uh, it's there's a solution available. People are talking about it, but I think we have to step up the gas, literally, to make sure that happens. Say with the present government always says in next 3 years, next 5 years. Why can't we do that? Take something in the next 5 years or 4 years and do that, because at least you know that you're heading in that direction. One point. That's my question. My observation is most of the discussions and talks that takes place to the already converted people. I've been on millets for quite some time now. Lots of people know the good things of millet, etc. All that there. But the issue is, how about this education or whatever, even amongst the educated, how many of us actually practice? Because there's an alternative available and you have money. So unless there is, with all these financial constraints, which is a thing, the government can start looking at providing millets. And say, okay, you're not getting rice and wheat, you'll get millets. Get the farmer to get millets. So some kind of a thing like that, like like we started doing on solar. We started incentivizing solar. People have started using solar. There are problems, but at least now people are looking. Societies have started, institutes have started. So you'll come that. So this kind of thing is not talked about. I'll give you an example. I stay in a society. To get the solar thing done, people say why we should spend electricity. Are Baba, you don't realize you're paying for it. So this is the problem. Even amongst the educators, not there. So how do you expect the rest of the people in the rural area, 800 million people in rural area, to understand? So I think it's just not the policy or a decision or something. We have to look at uh, mission-oriented implementation. You know, unless we do that, I think we'll continue going. And as you know, a political entity lasts for 5 years, and then all that happens. So I think there's a drastic thinking required. What happens? We start something which is very good, but after that, we don't know whether that government will be there, or even that is criticized by the people because we're not able to sell. We are not able to sell that idea to the grassroots. You understand that? I mean, that's my feeling. And when I discuss with my own peers or something like that, to pagal hai. So at this stage, if I'm a pagal, then you can just imagine what's the thing. So I think there's this thing about educating in a big way. You know, the educators, educating the educators to educate further is a very important thing in this whole issue. Otherwise, we'll have discussions. There'll be somebody will make a policy, implementation will not be there. So it should be, any policy should have an implementation table, and we must ensure that it happens, provided that policy has been thought through, by the concerned people. Today, you don't require an economist. You require a man with common sense because data is available, everything is available. With common sense, you can count. This is my take on it. I'm not sure whether I'm right, but I just thought I'd pass this.
Yeah. No, you're right, absolutely. So, very quick response on the millets. All that they need to do is to declare. I think they might move towards that. This government perhaps is better placed to move towards that for a variety of reasons. They should declare that next 20 years, we are committing 50% over and above the production cost, the procurement price for millet, and Government of India will buy and put it in the PDS system, public distribution system. We'll procure locally and do it. And we'll give farmers, farmers should be incentivized also to have a turn over time. It's not easy to change a crop. So 2-3 years, we will sustain you. It might cost a bit more initially, but if they do it, then the savings would be tremendous. Sustainability laws and savings, indirect savings on water, on health infrastructure, and on millets has then many other spin-offs. Local industries based on that kind of production, bakeries, a whole lot of things can happen. But that policy framework, you see, the framework exists. The Food Security Act allows us to do that. So instead of putting rice and wheat into the PDS, put locally procured food, but give guarantee to the farmer that we will come what may. You do millets, you do locally. We can have a list, and the Government of India or the state governments, because state governments don't have money, so the government will have to subsidize. State central government will have to subsidize that cost. Should declare that 50% over and above the production cost we'll bear, and we'll procure for next 15 years, 20 years. Only that will change.
I've been thinking because since I'm retired, more time to think and, get to know what the world is, because I was in a protected environment for almost 50 to 60 years of my life. Now I'm 75. So last 15 years, I've been just thinking, and I find that we know the solution. We know what the problem is, but we don't know how to get it done. So we require in all these capability building, etc., leaders or decision makers or anything. It's, capability is not just to find out how to measure something, but how to execute it. I think that's a very big thing in capability building, which has to be done. And all of us know that we don't have a nation first policy at all in our thinking. So it is a difficult issue, but food is important for everybody. So there, I think we can make a breakthrough. Yes.
Ajay sir, one question. It's not a political question, to be honest. Today, we are looking at UP very, very seriously. I mean, the government in UP is now, they have collected about 34 lakh crores for industrialization of UP. But UP, as we know, in the Ganges plateau, is supposed to be an agricultural region. So, do you see a dichotomy there?
Yeah, I mean, two things. One, Indo-Gangetic belt, cradle of the later, the first Indian empire, the Mauryan Empire, uh, is Indo-Gangetic belt. And from there, it has always been an extremely fertile. I mean, you just throw seeds in that Doab area and it will all come up. Now, so that is that world that I was talking about, that can Uttar Pradesh attempt this entire switch over, skipping this kind of industrialization process? UP has a very good base of handicraft industries, but they need investment, they need technology upgradation and so forth. So can UP do that? And can this, whatever is, I think they've been pledged some 34 billion or something. How much of that will come is a different story. Because usually, I think what has happened is that whatever they pledge, at least 60% doesn't come on time. But whatever comes is a big boon to the state like UP. So can they clean up the administration, and can they skip this stage and go directly to a new, what they call the fourth stage of industrial revolution? So industry 4 is what then they should aim at. And if they do that, then they can be the leaders actually, because they have water. UP has water, very good lands, labor is available at cost, and so they have the necessary ingredients in place. But ideally, Maharashtra should think about this. Rich state, 4 lakh crore revenue, and 25% of that is debt. So 25 lakh crore is the debt on Maharashtra state, or so minus 4, so 1 lakh crore net debt is nothing. I mean, they can, do whatever they want, the state of Maharashtra. But if there is a political will here to go for industry 4 straight and tailor that entire industrial policy towards that, then, things can rapidly change. But UP has a golden chance. But UP is not yet a manufacturing hub. So they can actually do it very easily.
Does your ground report, I know you have a lot of ground report from UP, so does it say something positive?
So the main challenge in UP, there are many challenges in UP. Infrastructure, they are trying to do a lot on infrastructure. But in terms of education at the primary level, education at the secondary level, quality of education, I think that is where that has always been where the challenges lean actually, not just in the UP, elsewhere also, but more so in UP and Bihar, in these states. Also, one major lacuna in our education policy has been that in schools, we don't put labor at the center of our education system, unlike in the West. So therefore, we tend to anybody who is educated. I can, put this out as a challenge to any one of us, including me in this room. How do we look at physical labor? With a bit of, offhand attitude, right? Somebody else's job, not mine, because why I'm educated? Because we gone wrong in the 50s and 60s in our schooling system. We should put physical labor at the heart of our education system. The Germans did it, the Americans did it. Now they are reaping the benefit. The Chinese did it. We not done it. I think the second thing that went wrong is we did not adopt a proper policy, common school, for instance, in the US or the German education system, where irrespective of who you are, you must go to the neighborhood school. So everybody goes there, so the quality and the government funds it. Yeah, so and the government must take care of it, and the government does. Here we can still should do it. I mean, it's not all right. 70 years is gone, but we'll have to drastically overhaul that education system of ours. Uh,
Just to add to that, I totally agree with you. The schools, the everything should move to the rural area. Then only you expect that rural area to come up and things like that. But in all this, what I notice is why are enough number of schools are open in the rural area? Are they actually open? The reason why is because one thing we have forgotten, that having four walls is not enough. You have to have a faculty, you have to have teachers, you have to think. And what do we first is we have started this famous common exams for everything. And in all these common exams, you have institutes where people will go, and then you have that famous reservation system. You understand? You said why people are going out. You have the famous reservation. You may be the best, but on that exam, if you haven't scored, that particular thing, you don't get it. So it is even the uh, good old days when we didn't have the central exam, same thing. If you're bright enough, you went for engineering, right? Irrespective of what this thing was, nobody bothered. There was no reservation either, if you remember. And everybody in my school did. Whoever was good in school went to engineering. Others went into commerce, other thing, and they've all done well. But today you're just cutting the people off right in the beginning, making them disheartened, making them think, and then what do? Remain unemployed. So having any number of schools without the ability to teach quality education is no point. You'll produce, as you rightly just now said. Recently, we've heard about the universities also being wrongly giving the thing. This is what's happening. So school, you're right. When you say primary, I'm saying primary and secondary education, very important. Higher education, my thing is we've got enough higher education, and maybe require more, that's fine. But there is no concentration on this except to build walls, even give them laptops, give them whatever it is, but no teachers. So that is the problem. Why? Because you don't respect the teachers, you don't give them enough money. Why should not be teachers be given, some scale which is fantastic and choose them? Unless we do that, you're talking about abroad. I've been to schools outside. I mean, when I was out, I would, as part of my social understanding, I would visit these places. Their teachers are like gods. That used to be the case when we were all studying, but it's not so now.
yeah, I
A
one
person who can't do anything
yeah.
becomes a teacher.
One reason, two reasons for that. One, of course, is that we cannot escape affirmative action that stays. But so where the schools are, government schools I'm talking about, the elite do not have any stakes in the government school system because their children are not going there. The moment that happens, the entire structure will change. Now, in the West, in Germany or in the US, by and large, they have achieved it almost by default because they are not encouraged. But here, we encourage, private schools. We encourage all these things without. We should have just said that common school, area school, government will take care, and everybody who's in that area will go to that school. If you are a son of a collector, or if you're a son of a labor, it doesn't matter. The moment that if that had happened, our schooling would have been of a different kind. Exactly. So the stake would have been developed. Right now, there is no stake of the elite in the government school system. That's why if you see central schools are slightly better. The reason is because of the All India Transferable Services, armed forces, to some extent LIC and others. Yeah, they go there. So there is a stake in the central school system of one kind of elite at least. And therefore the government has to take care of it.
Do you see any movement in this direction? Is the government, I'm sure the government is aware of it, but is there any, I mean, how are we going to address this? Do you like see anything in that?
See, now 66 was Kothari Commission. And it's a fundamental structural issue actually. 66 Kothari Commission recommended common school. Now, if it should have been done at that time, that famous Kothari Commission report, 3 language formula, common school, etc. Our new education policy of Rajiv Gandhi years came, it basically created these Navodaya Vidyalayas, but did not get into the nitty-gritty of this issue. And ever since that, I don't think the governance structure has grappled with this idea. And there's been a way out found. No? So you have this mushrooming of the, within quotation mark, public schools, the private schools, with massive fees and all. And there is a section of society which can pay that fees. So they by default end up going there. And today, perhaps the fear would be that, if you tamper with that system, that section will rise up against. So, but it will be therefore to that extent a tough call. But someday that call, if India has to really modernize and in tune with 21st, 22nd century needs, then our school system needs a total overhaul on this. And the way it can happen is only if the elite develop their stakes into the government schools. Otherwise otherwise the system will always remain, skewed. I mean, even in this room, if we ask a question, where our children went to school, I'm sure very few would have gone to the government school. So there you have, so we must develop our own stakes in the government school system. It can't be done unless we send our children to that school.
Is what Kejriwal doing in Delhi, is it something good?
I mean, they have managed to,
with the schools, I mean, just
in school and health, the perception is that they managed to do something, but to what extent there's a shift from the proof of the pudding would be if there's a shift from the private to the government schools of the parents. We need to find more about that, whether that has happened or not. I mean, once upon a time, for instance, in Maharashtra, I think in 60s, 70s, the Bombay municipal schools were very good. Even in Pune, I mean, all these. And today, the government pay scales are very good. Teachers do get 7th pay commission salaries. So money is not, salary is not an issue. I think the issue is that there has to be a structured thinking on this. I mean, this thinking and thinking on employment and thinking on agriculture and thinking on water are not diverse. The fact that they're integrated is something that needs to sip in the policymakers.
Yes, sir, as always, thank you so much. It's always a different perspective and adds a lot of value to the I think policy making this kind of thinking is. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Arun.
India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be talking, working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunity that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDF framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision with science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center MRC Pune progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra regional powers. India, as a lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space to quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest e-magazine. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UDA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization, where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation, and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening, and there is tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation, and we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student. How he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment. Effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role in the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of the key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest e-magazine. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation, and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are like looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the
Welcome back. We had an excellent session in the morning. Professor Ajay Dandekar spoke on
the importance of water, the larger geopolitical and geostrategic perspective, and why water should be the focus of any policy making going forward. And of course, he underlined the importance of climate change. And any policy going forward has to factor climate change as one of the key focus areas. So we are extremely fortunate to have Dr. Swayam Prabha Das. I've known her for a while now. Someone who has a very diverse experience with international relations, geopolitics, geostrategy, and who has been working very deeply in the climate change area. So I will request Dr. Swayam Prabha to kindly take over, and as I request everybody, all our speakers, please introduce yourself, something which you would like us to know about your journey, your professional journey, and also some of the organizations. I know you have a very diverse experience, so some of the organizations that you have worked with, you have contributed to, so that we get a clear perspective of where you come from, and when we are listening to you, we know which dimensions you would be addressing. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnab Das, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. A very brief introduction about myself. I'm Swayam Prabha. I completed my PhD from JNU and I worked on the Antarctic Treaty System. And that actually kind of gave me the platform to look deeper into the oceans, to look deeper into what are the policies and what is the political, the geopolitics behind the oceans. Why is everybody rushing to Arctic or the Antarctic? How does it kind of relate to our own existence, to climate change, to food security, and why is everybody kind of in a exploitative mood, whereas we then need to work a bit on the conservation. After I finished, I worked with Antarctic and Southern Ocean Coalition as an advisor on Antarctic matters, very closely with the then Ocean Department of Ocean Development. And I had the good fortune of interacting and learning firsthand from Dr. S.Z. Qasim, who actually wrote the Antarctic policy for India in the sense that why we need to engage. And he was the first secretary of the Department of Ocean Development. So I had the good fortune to learn Antarctica and the policy matters from him. And then I pursued with WWF, I worked with the marine program, marine turtle conservation, focusing on mangroves, coral reef a bit, marine certification, marine fisheries certification. So that brought me to more to understand what the national priorities and national um, communities, the institutions, policies, and that is how I got more embedded with the Oceans and Coast program. I'm a Hubert Humphrey Fellow, so I have focused on marine protected areas, and I studied at the UC Davis, and that's when California was designating their marine protected areas. That's the bit of it where climate change and communities, and thereafter looking at human development, with UNTP's skill development, never left the focus on marine somehow. So here I am, and I'm a lifelong researcher like you are, most of us are. And this is just a little attempt of mine to see how I can share the little bit of knowledge that I have with you all, looking at oceans and marine from a multidimensional perspective, not really looking at it from a tunnel vision, but overall perspective. And this I get while I'm working as the Deputy Regional Vice Chair for IUCN's Commission on Environment, Economic and Social Policies. That's the CIS. And while working on that, working with various experts, uh, it helps me to understand how interconnected issues are, how interconnected we ourselves are with the nature and with the and with the oceans, and why and how we need to then address some of the challenges, the triple challenges we all know of, the planetary boundaries of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. So, from the UN perspective, from the IUCN perspective, that is going to be the basis of my conversation with you today. And I like to have one-on-one conversation in a more personalized way, but unfortunately, I could not travel. So, hence, I'm restricted here in Delhi in my office, but happy to have a conversation with you as we move forward. So, I'm going to start sharing my PPT. Arnav, is that good? Please let me know if that's visible, and then we take it forward. Is this visible to everyone? If somebody can just let me know.
It is visible. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm having a bad bandwidth here with the network, so just a little bit of assertion is good. Thank you. So I'm going to today just touch upon oceans, biodiversity, and climate, the challenges and opportunities. And you have already gone through a lot of it, so I will try and not repeat myself. But then this is where we begin with, where we are talking about what the oceans are to us. And oceans, as we know already, that it stores more carbon than the atmosphere. Our ecosystems store more, the marine ecosystems sequester more carbon than the forests. And we also produce about 50% of the world's oxygen. Almost like 3 billion people and more are actually dependent on food from the oceans. The climate absorbs 93% of the heat from the carbon emissions, and it regulates our weather patterns. We're very aware of it staying in India. Medicinal properties, medicine, pharmaceutical is now more focused, looking towards the oceans now. Transportation, we've heard 90% of the international trade is through the shipping corridors we have. Tourism and well-being is one of the largest employers in the world today, and marine tourism also employs a huge population. About 80% of tourism is concentrated in the coastal areas. But then there are challenges where we are noticing a lot of um, exploitations. There's a lot of decline in the marine and coastal ecosystems. Overexploitation of resources, we know that. We are also expanding our own activities, which is also leading to anthropogenic activities, which is leading to so much of losses to habitats. We don't even know for sure how much and how far the impacts are. One of the speakers yesterday, I think, presented on the kind of cables that's being laid out, the kind of oil pipelines and drilling that's happening in our oceans. So shipping cables, underwater pipelines, underwater noise, marine litter, and plastics are coming up, becoming quite problematic, and these needs to be kind of addressed as we move forward. And the impact of climate change is also quite visible. The ocean warming, sea level rise, acidification, deoxidification, and also shifting currents. We have Dead Sea zones. So those areas are totally deprived of oxygen, and therefore there is no living organism that can live there. There's nothing. It's just a black hole kind of a thing where there's no life. So we need to be a little careful about where we are going. Marine plastic pollution is something that has actually doubled, tripled over the period of time. It's increased actually tenfold, and it has affected about 267 species, out of which 86% of them are marine turtles. because marine turtles they eat a lot of jellyfish, and floating plastics are like jellyfish to them, and so they kind of eat it, and then it's stuck in their stomach, in the gut areas, and then that leads to their death. 44% of seabirds and 43% of marine mammals are equally impacted by the plastics. So while we are talking about oceans and climate change, we know that the oceans are the largest heat sink, and they absorb more than 90% of the excess heat that's caused by the climate, by the warming of the waters. But then they also absorb, while they're absorbing 23% of the human caused carbon dioxide emissions, the ecosystems are also undergoing a lot of changes. While they are sequestering, they are also impacted by shifts in the temperature, there is a shift in the current, there is also a shift in the water levels, the sea level rises. So even the ecosystems are quite impacted by them. While we are talking about fisheries, marine species, ecosystems, it has to be also seen as a coordinated and as an integrated system. It just cannot be seen as dealing with isolation, because the oceans, as you know, interacts with the atmosphere and with the land as well. So it's a triangular kind of a relationship that impacts each other in a way that we are, as humans, staying along the coastline, along the um, even within the landlocked, our climate, our weather patterns are also impacted by the climate and by activities that is undertaken within the oceanic systems. So how do we plan to preserve our ocean health? So many of the NDCs could and should include ocean-specific targets. And when we are looking at that, there has to be a strong focus between climate change and oceans that also harnesses the potential of the blue economy. I think we have been talking about blue economy, and I did see a little presentation by MRC where Dr. Das is talking about the blue economy. So we know what the blue economy comprises of. So the high panel for the sustainable ocean economy, it calls for an approach that includes marine special planning, that brings together multiple users of the oceans to come together for sustainable management of the ocean resources. So an integrated approach could probably be more efficient to tackle climate change, the life below the water, that is the SDG 14, and also it links with SDG 13 as we go forward. This is a very interesting infographic that was prepared and presented by WWF. So if you look at it, so if we are at the UNFCCC talking about 1.5 degrees versus the 2-degree global warming, and why do we need to contain it below 1.5 degrees? So if you look at it, this infographics is I should say, a holistic approach. But if you look at it here, it is the oceans, which says it lowers the risk to marine biodiversity, ecosystems, and their ecological functions. It's going to be very serious at 1.5 than 2 degrees. Arctic sea life, coral bleaching, sea level rise. These are and extreme weather patterns, and people are also going to be impacted. So if you're looking at a holistic things, humans cannot stay out of it. So the species, the biodiversity loss is going to go up. It's going to actually be here, if you look at it here, the insects, plants, vertebrates, that's how it is going to be affected. It's going to, impact our economic growth, the food that we eat, the water availability, and people on the whole are going to be impacted, who will be exposed to extreme heat waves, floods that we have seen, and also inundations of the coastal areas is going to be severe, because there's also going to be a sea level rise with our climate, with our oceans, with our Arctic, Antarctic ice shelves breaking off. We have already seen the 3 tipping points. Um, we know the biggest being the Amazon forest, the coral bleaching of the Great Barrier Reefs, and also if you look at the Arctic, loss of the Arctic ice and the breaking away of the Antarctic ice shelves are actually indicators that we are not doing very well by addressing the climate risk. The global warming is picking up, and we need to really pitch ourselves harder to protecting our ecosystems. So this is one of the reports that was actually prepared, which focused essentially on oceans and cryosphere. Cryosphere, as you would know, is the part of the climate system that includes the solid precipitation, that's the snow, the ice, the icebergs, the glaciers, the ice caps, ice sheets, permafrost. So that is what the whole cryosphere was. So this report was prepared sometime in, I think, 2016 to 2000. It was released in 2019. And this was one of the reports which actually talks essentially about the oceans and the climate system. So this is a very important report. So please look this up. It is known as the SROCC report also. So please look at this. It talks about we all I've already mentioned that the oceans are already absorbing 90% of the heat in the climate systems, and this is going to actually increase by 2 to 4 times more. It, it will pick up more heat, it will absorb more heat as the earth is warming up. It is already absorbed, as I've mentioned, as to 20 to 30% of human induced carbon dioxide over the past 40 years, and this is leading to ocean acidification. And once ocean acidification happens, it impacts a lot of organisms which have a shell. The calcium shell kind of dissolves when the oceans are more acidic. So it's going to impact mussels, anything that is a bivalve and has a shell. The marine heat waves have become more frequent. Intense heat has been noticed since the 1980s. It's projected to increase in duration, the intensity, frequency, and uh, it'll be 20 times higher if we are warmer, if the earth warms up by 2 degrees as a pre-industrial. That's how we use a comparison to the pre-industrial levels. And this is going to actually lead to a lot of mortality because many marine species or organisms are used to this kind of warm temperatures. So we will see a lot of uh, threatened, vulnerable species actually moving into the categories of being extinct. So that is how the heat waves are going to impact. Then there is a sea level rise. We have seen some rises in the sea level already, which is currently at 3.6 millimeter per year. But then this is going to increase to 30 to 60 by 2100 if we do not limit ourselves below 2 degrees centigrade. And this will increase even more if we continue and don't take actions. If the emissions continue, and then there is more of the permafrost melting, the ice shelves breaking away from Antarctic, and even our Himalayan glaciers breaking down. So that's going to be a big challenge for us. And essentially, sea level rise is not globally uniform, but it varies regionally. The processes are not driven uh, by just recent climate change, but it is also happening. It's also, we need to understand that the geological processes are constantly happening. So it is even more exacerbated when it is more human induced kind of actions that are leading on to it. So anthropogenic plus the natural happenings are actually coming together and making it even more difficult. And intensity storms are increasing that we have seen, and there is a lot of risk during high tides. Small islands, low-lying cities are more susceptible to sea level rise. Warm oceans, the mixing of the water layers is reduced, and with it, the supply of oxygen and the nutrients for marine life is also impacted. So, ocean warming, oxygen loss, and acidification leading to changes in the nutrient supplies are affecting the distribution and abundance of marine life in the coastal areas, open oceans, and the ocean floor. So it is not just around the coastal areas, but it is also in the high seas and also in the seabed. Everything is getting impacted at the same time, but maybe at different intensities. So these are the impact of the risk and ocean ecosystems face from climate change. This is one of the graphs that I have picked up from the SROCC report, and this itself talks and provides a glimpse of how the warm water corals, if you look at it, sorry, the warm water corals, if you see, they are already threatened here. This is our present day. If you look at this, this is where our ecosystem lies. So seagrass meadows, which again is an excellent carbon, they store carbon. They're very good carbon storage in the biodiversity. They are like really sequester a lot of carbon. Then, if you look at salt, cold water corals, they will have some time here to go. But if you look at warm water corals, they are threatened here. So this is uh, the projections that we have. And this assessment of risk is based on the observed and projected climate impacts on the ecosystem structure, functioning, and the biodiversity. These impacts are global mean surface temperature relative to the pre-industrial area here. This is how where it is showing. And then there are risks which are from the global mean surface temperature and corresponding SST levels. So these are the sea surface temperature levels. So I'll leave this PowerPoint and probably the researchers can also look at it at a later go. So what have we seen is that here are the fluctuations. This is again from the SROCC report, which actually talks about how the temperatures have changed, sea mean surface air temperature, sea surface temperatures, how the ice sheets have melted, they have disintegrated, glacier melts, Arctic snow. So this is what I've been talking about, that there have been these tipping points, there have been these observed changes in the ecosystem where we are talking about more warming, more heat waves, more acidification, more deoxidization of patches within our ocean systems, which are called the dead zones. And then there is an increase in the tropical cyclones where there is more winds, rainfall, extreme events that's happening. The number of cyclones, by the way, have increased both in our east coast, west coast, and the intensity is even different. They are changing in the intensities also. So there are coastal hazards that's also there. So I'll take you now to more to the tropical waters. We know what our ecosystems are like. So we have coral reefs, we have mangroves, we have sandy beaches, sand dunes, intertidal mudflats, seagrass beds. So these are the major ecosystems that we have in the oceans. And if you look at this belt, this is the tropical waters, and the tropical waters house, they provide a habitat to most of the coral species and mangroves that we have around the world. So if you look at this belt, most of this here you would have coral, you would have mangroves. Here we have mangrove patches, and then we also have coral reefs around these areas, which is very important, and they're very fragile and very sensitive to changes in water temperature, the salinity, and also to the levels, sea level rises. So here I have tried mapping as to see what impacts what. So the salinity, the mangrove salinity, mangroves are dependent on the salinity, and there are the species which are estuarine species. So where the rivers they meet the oceans, there is a very different level of salinity out there than in the other areas. So these mangrove species have adapted to that, and we have the Sundarbans, which is the largest mangroves areas in the world. So, and that spreads across India and Bangladesh. So, any changes in the sea level rise or the salinity is going to impact those areas. We have them across the country as well. We have sandy beaches, so ocean circulation waves, wind patterns always keep shifting, and they also keep shaping our coastal sandy beaches. The sand dune vegetations are also impacted by wind patterns. The beaches, let me come back to that, is also the nesting sites for the marine turtles. So we have largely six uh, species of the marine turtles that nest. So the marine turtles, a very unique thing is the marine turtle, the male marine turtles, they never come to the seashore. It's only the females who come to lay eggs on our beaches, and their gender is very temperature sensitive. So if it's warm, we would have more of female of these species, and if it is cooler, you would have more of these species, male species. So it is more temperature related. So if there is more, if the beaches are warmer, if the sea is warmer, if the beaches are warmer, we would see a shift in the species composition of marine turtles, which is one of the indicator species that we see that interacts both with the oceans and the land, as in the coastal areas. The sand dune vegetation are going to be impacted, and they are also very important um, habitats. And then we have the intertidal mudflats, we have the seagrass beds. Seagrass beds or the grass meadows, as I've already said, are the Amazons of the oceans. So they sequester more carbon dioxide than the forests put together. But what is actually changing is there's a lot of stress and pressures on each of these ecosystems, on each of them, and it is actually leading to a shift or loss of species. Um, there is a lot of species who are migrating, and there are research available, there are studies available which shows how the commercial fisheries, also the fish species, have also moved across our own coastline from warmer areas to little cooler areas from the depth. So there is a species movement, and that is also impacting how the fisheries happen with the coastal fishing and impacting the livelihoods of the coastal community. It impacts your food security, and also it also kind of shifts your ecosystem, because if you see, the fisheries is a part of that entire marine ecosystem. So if there is one shift happening, there's a whole lot shifts. That's a cascadal shift that keeps happening. So there is some projections that I have tried putting here, and this the coastal wetlands are being lost, salt marshes will be submerged, seagrass beds will probably be able to respond better. There is a severe habitat loss, endemic species will be gone, coral reefs will be gone, and fish catch is going to decline because they're going to shift, they're going to move. There's a whole redistribution of marine species that's going to happen. And this is also going to lead to a shift in the prey base and the nursery grounds for a majority of these species. So there's going to be a lot of shifts and movement that would happen within the ecosystem itself, within the tropical waters itself. So these are some of the observed impact of the ecosystem I have already mentioned. So there is a cascading impact on the structure and functioning, the species abundance, the biomass of the ecosystems, they're all moving out from the equators, moving to the cooler areas, to the poles. And these are all because of the ecological disturbances and the changes in the ecosystem functioning. So there is going to be a cultural, economic, ecological, and social impact of all of these going forward. How, this is one slide that is an overall thing which provides a mitigation to climate change. This is another infographics by WWF, which actually shows about how greenhouse gases, GHGs emissions, are going to impact. So if you look at here, from transport, from urban areas, from fossil fuel extractions, from say food systems. agriculture, so forestry. So all of these are an integrated, and these all would come together. So when we're talking about adaptations, the ecosystem based management, adaptation practices, we need to also reduce uh, the pressures on our ecosystems by mitigating some of these greenhouse gas emissions, by reducing them, by moving more towards renewable energies, by moving towards more energy efficient homes, appliances, and also reducing our consumption of, say, pesticides or fertilizers that also runs off into our oceans and also impacting our ocean ecosystems, our biodiversity. So we need to look at how do you address climate change. You need to look at a mix of both mitigation and adaptation measures. That comes to the policy part of it. What have we been doing in the past 1 year? I have just tried to kind of list where we are talking oceans, where we are talking wetlands, coastal wetlands. So if you've noticed that this year has been a very busy year for the oceans community. So we have had the Oceans Conference in Lisbon, the UNIA 5, which talks about ending the plastic pollution, also talks about marine plastic litter, which is a big, big, big issue being discussed, and how do we mitigate that? So plastics in the oceans is one of the big discussion points at the consultations that's happening right now. The Ramsar also happened in November, and they also looked at the coastal wetlands. Ramsar is a wetland convention, so they also look at coastal wetlands. So they're talking about how do you protect, preserve, conserve the coastal wetlands, which are very important ecosystems that would help also mitigate or adapt to climate change. UNFCCC, of course, we had Sharm el Sheikh, and then we also are going to talk about loss and damage clauses that happened, enhanced financial support to SDG 14. This was one of the big wins for the small island developing countries, that they could bring in these two major important um, coastal areas, inland waters. So it's called the 30 by 30 target. So that's a very interesting thing that really happened in December, which also boosts the confidence for protecting our marine ecosystem. Uh, 5th of March, we had the high seas treaty for the boundaries beyond national jurisdiction. This is the this is one of the treaty which is being discussed under clause, and this again was protecting the world oceans uh, by putting 30% of the world oceans into protected areas. Right now, we just have 1% of the high seas as protected areas. So that's a big, big win. And the conversations, the discussions, deliberations were on for almost like 20 years to that. So that's a big win when it comes to looking at marine biodiversity conservation, looking at protecting our species. But the only challenge is the high seas is also a hub where a lot of industrial activities happen, industrial fishing happens. There's a lot of shipping corridors that's there. There is a lot of whaling that happens, krill fisheries. So all of these need to be protected. All of these needs to be curtailed in a way that our oceans are protected, and these become the habitats to nurture our ecosystems, to bring in those nourishment, to help our ecosystem, marine ecosystem, to revive, to revitalize, and to come back and be what it was probably centuries back. We are also in a very interesting period right now. This is the entire decade of ocean science for sustainable development. We heard the UNESCO chief here, and he's very well spoke about how ocean science and policy framework is put together through the UNESCO IOC. This is also the decade for ecosystem restoration, And this allows us to halt many of our activities, step back, look at how we can reverse, how do we restore, how do we rebuild, how do we allow our ecosystems to revive, to come back. And this uh, is something which is going to actually strengthen our resilience to climate change. So science, policies, and actions on the ground is what is going to come together with um, the policies, the political will, the research, everything together with the stakeholders of the coastal communities uh, and industries also. How do we come together to build a system where we are protecting our ecosystems for future? And that is how the whole conversation around the blue economy also unfolds. Because if you don't have healthy oceans, you will never have a healthy oceans economy, a blue economy. So it is very important that economy, conservation, protection, they're all framed together in a way that they reinforce each other, they strengthen each other, and then we build a system which is holding us together and taking us forward. As humans, we are able to do better with what we have um, in our marine ecosystems. So I'm just going to touch very quickly on the Kunming Montreal, the Global Biodiversity Framework. And this has about 4 goals, 23 targets. It talks about protecting 30% of our marine and coastal ecosystems, apart from land and inland seas, of course. And this also would help rebuild the degraded ecosystems and protecting them through various means and processes. It's talking about indigenous rights, the traditional knowledge systems, the people who are actually uh, dependent very directly on them, who are the custodians. So the indigenous people, the local communities are given a voice in this. And so this has been adopted on 19th of December. This is yet to be ratified and brought into effect. So it talks about halting human-induced extinction of threatened species and reducing the rate of extinction, sustainable use and management of biodiversity, a fair share of benefits from the utilization of genetic resources, and it also builds on access uh, and the means of implementation. How do you implement? So now that we've agreed on the global biodiversity framework, how do you implement? So the implementation is going to be the basis of the GBF, and countries have to see how they're going to implement it through their national policies based on national circumstances. So it's not like one shoes fits all. So therefore, this is the implementation plan has to be developed and built at a national level, taking into account the national circumstances. And this is of a particular importance to the LDCs and to the SIDS because they are the ones who are going to be impacted by any shifts in the biodiversity losses. They're going to benefit from genetic resources that is being um, harnessed, and they are the ones who are at the helm of a lot of climate induced changes that we see. So how do we build them up? How these countries can be strengthened, and how they themselves can also benefit from the blue economy. It could be tourism, it could be renewable energy from the oceans. How can they all come together and how can we build this together? The other one I just spoke about is the High Seas Treaty. And this High Seas talks about it's actually what is beyond the EEZ of the countries. So here they talk about the polluter pays principle, the ecosystem building of the ecosystem resilience, uh, a very direct connect with the climate change issues of ocean acidification. Then we're talking about traditional knowledge and how these communities, again, if you see this again talks about bringing in more effort, bringing in more stakeholders, bringing in the local communities and their rights, recognizing their rights to be a part of the genetic resources. Then we are again here talking about the island states and the LDCs and also the landlocked developing countries. We are talking here also about international cooperation and marine scientific research and transfer of marine technology. So this talks about a lot of other things, how it's going to build an entire community of stakeholders which are interacting with each other, how decarbonization can be integrated into various sectors. So this is a treaty which is just very recently adopted, and it's going to be open for ratification by the country. So this is another very interesting two um, treaties that have an impact on the marine has been discussed within a period of, what should I say, December to March, about in a quarter. So please do read more about these, and they're very interesting how they have built. And the ICES treaty is built within the UNCLOS, the UN Law of the Seas. So it kind of adds on. So it's a very interesting development. I wish I had more time and we could talk probably again more on this. So what are the climate action pathways? So the climate action pathways that we're talking about is essentially from the biodiversity component. We're talking about protecting our mangroves, our seagrass meadows, salt marshes, because they are the carbon storage systems. They store a huge lot of blue carbon within the ecosystem. And how do we talk about how, and when we talk about protecting, then the whole concept of ecosystem-based management or nature-based solutions are actually two tools that is being widely used for restoration and sustainable management of the world ecosystem. When we talk about multiple stakeholders, we have to also talk about businesses and the corporates that also need to undergo transformation, that also needs to change their business practices so that the nature positive activities that they adopt also reverses or reduce the loss or the impact on these ecosystems. The shipping sector is one of the major blue economy sector that is going through a decarbonization policy. The green shipping corridors are being talked about in IMO. So that's a very interesting conversation that's happening in the shipping sector. And as we know that 90% of global trades happens through these ships. We also talked about how these ships are also enabling movement within the economies. So that's one sector we need to look at. Renewable energy from the oceans are something which we have really not tapped into. Offshore wind farms, they are, how you can take on energy from the waves, the tidal wave energy systems. These are all being discussed. They are all being researched upon. We have to also see when we're talking about, say, wind farms in the offshore oceans, how do they also impact? Do they come within the migratory corridors of, say, the whales, sharks, other fisheries? How do they impact? What is the nature of interaction with the ecosystem? These are all structures. So how do these structures interact with the natural ecosystem, and how some of the threats or some of the issues can be mitigated where you're not disturbing the ecosystem? So it has to be studied a bit more. And before we get into any kind of structures within the oceans, we need to be very careful about what are we leading it to. So we spoke yesterday about the marine spatial planning. There was an excellent presentation. And then we're also going to talk about the nature-based solutions. So if you look at here, the large marine protected areas, they're more for the sustainable use and protection of the ecosystems. They are novel ways, they are artificial marine ecosystems that's being created. They are designs which are inspiring, which looks at nature, anti-fouling agents on the ships. So the anti-fouling paints that was being used was very detrimental. It was very chemical heavy, and it was also impacting the marine ecosystem. So they are now looking at anti-fouling paints or anti-fouling agents on the ship. Those are less harmful to the environment. How do you look at seagrass, seaweed meadows restoration? their boulders, structures, creating artificial reef systems. So there are a lot of mixtures, there's a lot of solutions that's being looked at within the nature-based solutions. So how do you use natural ecosystems to restore, to regenerate those ecosystems so that they are more climate resilient and supports the fisheries, the livelihoods of the people, and reduces the threats from say, sea level rise or coastal inundations. So what are the challenges? So all of these very then we hardly know more than 10% of our oceans, if I may say so. So these challenges are at various levels. As researchers and policymakers, we are still trying to understand what are the emerging issues, what are the marine ecosystems that have the potential to impact biodiversity, what is it like, how do you build the entire narrative. So when we talk about researchers and policymakers, therefore we see that over a period of time we are constantly revising our policies, looking at new policies that beefs up the earlier one or revises or moves forward. So there's always been that we are seeing, and that needs a lot of information. So issues, for instance, we talk about, we don't even know what happens if the entire Antarctic continent is an ice-free zone. So these type of issues are something, and we have to be very aware of that. So we have also to be aware about what is happening around us from the mitigation point of view, from the adaptation point of view. And it is always nice to have a precautionary principle in place. So horizon scanning, capacity gap assessments in policies are something, those are the challenges that we are facing. As practitioners, marine resource managers, we need to identify, understand, and raise awareness on relatively unknown issues. Unknown issues could be unknown processes, it could be species. We are discovering marine species every now and then. And those ecosystems, we need to be aware and we need to be open to accepting and also understanding that there is a lot more out there that we need to be aware of, or maybe uh, you know, consider for further research. Awareness on the interconnectivity is very important, that I've already spoken about, that how does human actions, anything that we do impacts our ecosystems, how the plastics which we may be using in a landlocked in a city up north through the water systems can flow into the oceans. For instance, all the pollution from the Ganges, from the Narmada, from other rivers flows through these cities. It could be anything. It could be a human waste. It could be plastics. It could be anything. Fishing nets from the inland marine fisheries. It could be anything that the waterways take to the oceans. So there is always an interconnectivity, and we need to understand that the oceans and our ecosystem is an interconnected um, relationship. Otherwise, if you're just talking about oceans and not talking about inland waters, I think there is a discontinuity in that entire conversation. How do you reduce your footprint? How do you reduce your carbon footprint? How do you reduce your water footprint? How do you reduce your plastic footprint? Each action that we take is dependent on, is leading to some kind of an impact on the ecosystem that we are living in. So what can we do to enhance the biodiversity conservation? We're talking about protected areas, conserved areas, economic valuation of our marine ecosystems, integrated coastal zone management. While we're talking about a more scientific approach to how do you enhance your biodiversity, conserve or restore, we also need to look at how do you coordinate and how do you build cooperation with multiple stakeholders who have the potential to influence and are directly or indirectly involved within that entire process of conservation and protection. So there has to be a good science policy, community engagement, kind of an interaction, kind of a convergence, where you are talking about sustained investments in conservation, you're talking about reducing the risk from harmful subsidies, you're talking about incentivizing nature positive actions, and you're also talking about technological innovations which are affordable and accessible. And these should be customized to be site specific. So something that works on the East Coast may not work on the West Coast. So we have to be very adaptive with our technologies, with the innovations, and this could be very well used in your management, monitoring, and also building the resilience of the coastal communities of the ecosystem. So does investing in our oceans and marine biodiversity make sense? Yes, it does. So, what all small actions can you talk about? What can you do? Can we talk about ocean literacy? Can we spread the word on what our marine ecosystems are, how climate change is impacting, how our own actions are influencing or impacting? Can we bring this kind of ocean literacy to a larger audience? Can we talk about one ocean, one health, one planet? Because we say that the food that we eat is also a part of our health, right? So if I'm consuming fish which is already toxic or has lead or it has arsenic, it's going to impact my health in the long run. So having a very healthy ecosystem, a very healthy food system is also impacting my life, my health condition, and overall the planet. So can we reduce those pollutions? Can we reduce the toxicities within the ecosystem, within the marine biodiversity ecosystem, the food chain, and then us? How do you and then marine pollution? How do you reduce your marine pollution? Your marine pollution is both land based and ship based. So it can be a marine pollution can be from an industry discharging directly into the sea, or it could be a ship just had an oil spill. So marine pollution is huge. Then we're talking about plastic pollutions in the ocean. So it's a lot of things when we're talking. It could also be marine pollution could also mean noise pollution. So marine noise pollution could also be a part of it. So when we're talking about marine pollution and the different modes of it, the technology and finance becomes a very important dialogue within that system. What is the technology that is available? What are the finances that is available where we can address and handle all of it? Then it comes to circular marine or blue economy, use of renewables. Can we bring in women to be part of this entire discourse? Yes, we can, because we do have women scientists, we have women policymakers, we have women in the community who are part of the economic value chains. So, why can't we bring in women to talk more about marine, be a part of the blue economy, and then ensure that the lives and livelihoods are, um, in a more sustained and a more contained manner where women are also leading those conversations. So the voice of the people, voice of the local community, the voice of the women is very important. Blue carbon and credits for the local community is also very important. This is something which is still under discussion. It is still being discussed in India. There are blue bonds, which is there in Seychelles. There are, I think, Barbados is also there. So they are coming up with small island states. SIDS, a lot of SIDS are into blue bonds, blue carbon ecosystems. But are we also, can we look into it? We are in a very nascent stage. But there is a possibility. But it comes with a lot of cost. So that needs to come down at some point. So there is a great blue wall in the Western Indian Ocean, of the countries in the Western Indian Ocean. Can we bring about, so when I'm talking about scaling, can we scale up a contiguous and build a contiguous, it's a network. Can we build a contiguous system where you are not just talking about protecting this part of the oceans, one portion of it, but scaling that up to the adjoining areas, to building it up. And that also brings me to the entire conversation on the IORA. Can IORA be a forum where you are talking about a continuous protected areas planning system? Can you talk about how you can build from one portion to the other, scale it up? Of course, it will need a bit of adaptation. It will need to be more to the national priorities. The last slide is the key messages that biodiversity every item, and they can't be solved without talking about each other, the interlinkages, the convergence. So the ecosystem-based approach, nature-based solutions are two of the ways how we can look at addressing many of the issues here and how we can up. Uh, these are also built into the data and the information system sharing, the interconnectedness, we talked about that, the source to sea, the entire river system. The tropical ecosystems are very site specific. They need a very site specific approach, innovations, traditional knowledge. We can see how these can be a part of the restoration, part of building resilience of the ecosystems, coastal areas for the people. SDG 14 is one of the least funded SDGs. I understand that that's now changing because a lot of private investments, innovative finance mechanisms are being tried, tested, and a lot of money is also being pledged. But how far of it has actually transferred into actual is yet to be seen. So I'm going to stop with this, and these are a little glimpse of what we are talking about. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here and to be part of this workshop, which is very interesting, and I have learned a lot. So I'll start here. Over to you, Dr. Das, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with a wonderful presentation. This is Divya from MRC, and it was lovely to listen to you. Every time we end up learning something new. Now, I would just like to open the floor for any questions if we have.
Dr. Das, I'm Admiral Varma, old sea horse, who's still trying to learn about the oceans. Thank you very much. It's been very illuminating for me, especially because we talk so much about oceans while we are in the Navy and do very little. Or maybe we do a lot of damage, not. But having said that, and I'm aware that there's a lot of work going on, and of course, MRC has also been working on the underwater domain. There are a couple of observations, questions, so whatever you may like to call it. I was very intrigued that you already are working, one of the areas you're working on the skills for the underwater domain, which you are looking at. So have we identified those skills? Are those skills being, nurtured somewhere, etc.? Or is it left to individual states or individual organizations to look at it? That's what I want to ask you as one of my first questions.
I think I'm not the right person to answer on these skills, and there was a presentation on the skill development. So I think I'll leave it on to MRC to answer that for you. But definitely, when we are talking about the UDA part of it, I'm sure there's a lot of trainings, there's a lot of institutes who would be interested, but it's not, I don't think so in India it has really picked up. But I'll leave this larger answer to Dr. Das. He may be more enlightening in his
No,
response.
no, my question is basically related to biodiversity, bio thing, the skills on that level, in that area. One is research skills. You already brought out what are the research requirements. I can find out. I was looking at for on the implementation stage, because one of the this thing of MRC is to do capacity building in those areas. So I'm just trying to. I'm aware of certain skills being in the Navy and being in thing, but I just want to know if there's some skills which I'm not aware of. So that's why I'm asking, since you're already in the system, Is there any skills and where it's being?
Skills for what is I'm unable to understand is that by uh, see research is happening in a lot of areas, in a lot of institutes. So they are looking at marine conservation, marine biodiversity. A lot of institutes are there in oceanography who are focused in there. So it's already happening. There are oceanographers who are looking at mapping the seabeds, who are using remote ocean vessels, ROVs. So they're all there, they're all happening. But because it's a very I should say, cost intensive kind of a sector. So, therefore, most of the research is happening either through a funding in a large institute or at a government supported institute. That is what my understanding has been. Uh, and some of the private institutes are coming up which are supported by large scale private sector. But yes, but we see more of them happening in the West rather than in the Indian Ocean area as of now. So we still have a scope to build that up.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I'm aware of the ocean institutes, etc., and what's going on there. I was just looking, is there something else? Because you being from the UNESCO and looking at worldwide, I thought you'd be able to fill something for us. The next observation or question which I have, in
I'm
case.
not from UNESCO. I represent IUCN here.
Sorry, IUCA. Yeah, sorry, see, IUCA. Yeah, IOC was yesterday. UNESCO was yesterday. Sorry. Uh, the other thing you mentioned, one of your slides, I saw seabed mining. We haven't got. Is there any seabed mining actually going on? I mean, we've done exploration, yes, but are we doing mining other than gas and this thing? But mineral mining, have we started anywhere? Because recently I heard government officials talking about, wanting to do so much X, Y, Z. But is there anything actually happening? Because you said that's also adding to the pollution.
Yes, that would actually, there's a lot of protest that's happening against the seabed mining right now. So even the International Seabed Authority, they have allocated areas for mining, but they're really not taken up. And they're mostly in the Pacific, not in our Indian Ocean areas. But then that's again coming under a lot of criticism. So that's really not, if I may say that even though they have demarcated, they have identified, but it has really not taken off the way it was. But eventually, I think these discussions are again happening within the ISA, the International Seabed Authority, on how to minimize the impact in case of seabed mining going forward, more for minerals and more for, within the national boundaries and within the national policies also regulating.
Okay. No, I'm aware that India has been allotted an area in the central Indian Ocean basin for about 75,000 square kilometers area, and the Ministry of Sciences have done through a project. They have done the uh, uh, even exploration and identified the nodules, etc. But yes, we haven't taken off on exploiting them yet. But recent uh, announcements by certain ministers, etc., say that now our next thing is we'll go to sea, which actually will happen someday. It will happen because you finish exhaust what's on land. So you will happen. This is a lot. And since yeah, you're aware that the eastern ridge of the Indian Ocean has been given to China by the International Seabed Authority. So if you have money, you'll do it because there's lots of money required for that. And so it's going to happen, yes. But I just wanted to know how close we are, considering that people have started talking that now we'll be doing mining in the ocean and things. It started coming officially from the government ministers and all that. So I thought maybe that's already taken off and it's already affecting the climate. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, sir. And I think, I draw a bit of confidence from the High Seas Treaty, and also from the Montreal framework on the GDF, that these are the areas when we're talking about 30 by 30 protected area. So probably the sensitive areas within the high seas could be protected as, free from any kind of exploitation. So I'm just being a little optimistic in saying that those areas will be curtained. They'll be not allowed for any kind of mining in those areas because they'll be fragile areas, and they are the areas which are very important to protecting our biodiversity. So those are the rich areas which we should be protecting, and mining in those areas should not be allowed under any circumstances. And I'm also wanting to draw attention to the fact that Antarctic, which is a continent for peace and science, is also, we're going to do a 50 years on the moratorium to mining in Antarctic. So I'm really skeptical and a little scared when I say that after 50 years, which is going to be very soon, we might be again discussing that. So how the countries, what their temperaments are at that point in time is actually going to decide the fate of Antarctica, which has been protected and which we have kind of conserved and preserved, and far away from mining and from carrying arms, ammunitions, any kind of, say, testing, missile testings or anything. So it has been kind of protected till now. But heart in heart, I am very scared that once it comes up for negotiations after the 50 years of the moratorium is over, we might just kind of be greedy and open it up. So, as a person who's worked on the Antarctic Treaty, that's my biggest fear. But again, High Seas Treaty and others also gives me the confidence that no, we might be a little cautious of where we are going, what we are trying to do.
No, I'm sure moment it's on the table, is very difficult to remove it. So I'm sure your confidence comes from that. Uh, there's one last point. Again, if nobody's asking, I thought I'll just ask. You had mentioned about climate action pathways, which you had indicated in one of your slides, climate action
Yeah.
pathways. Yeah. So there were various pathways which were indicated, and we are already in the process of protecting the environment and things like that. Yes, Neha Mida gave us a good listing on the marine biospheres, Indian area of the biospheres, which gave me an idea about how the local community is being used for also to ensure that they don't they are adequately catered for so that they don't spoil the biosphere and they won't allow others to spoil it. The thing. So other portions of the pathway, is there some monitoring mechanism by international organization, or is it only a state and a country which is supposed to do? Why I'm asking is this because everybody can claim like we do because you get some marks for it, but the end of it, unless there's a monitoring and there's a thing, it'll really not take us because it's a serious issue. Climate change is a very serious. It's on us. There's no doubt about it, and I don't know. I won't be there for sure, but you and people behind will definitely be there who face the wrath of it. So it is the reason why I'm saying: is there any progress done on the other pathways, or they're all started, and they're not reversible? In which case, they will still progress sometime. That's what I was.
I have, let me place it in this way that when we're talking about policies happens at various levels. So there is an international policy that happens, there's a national policy that happens. So when these two policies are talking to each other and they are in sync, then it is the implementation or the plans that comes into focus, which is at the national, subnational, and local levels. So that is how the whole pathway happens. So how it transfers from a global perspective to national, into the national plans, the NDCs, when we talk about it, how do we cater to that? It always, then it's a linkage, it's an upward downward linkage, it's like they're all talking to each other and strengthening each other. So it's I should say it's a pathway that needs to be kind of strengthened as we move forward and with a feedback loop. So our policies, when we are implementing something on the ground, and if we come across something that is not there in our policies, there should be a mechanism that fits into the policies. And that would need a lot of scientific research, monitoring, management issues. So it has to be. But somehow within the marine and coastal ecosystems, unfortunately, we don't have that in India. It is more like, if I look at the mangroves, it's within the forest department of the state government. So how do you bring that to a national policy level? How do you account for it in the NDCs at the national level? So that connect needs to be strengthened. So are we talking, for instance, um, I'm just a little appalled when I say this, but we don't have a marine conservation policy for India. So that shows we have such a huge coastline, 8,000 8,000-kilometer coastline. We have all the marine ecosystems that's there. We have them. We have marine turtle species. We have flagship species of dugongs, marine turtles. Uh, we also are visited by mammals in our southern coast. But why is it always either within the Biodiversity Act of India or Wildlife Act of India or under some other act? Why can't we have a independent marine policy for India? We are having an Antarctic policy. We are going to have an Arctic policy. Why can't we have a marine policy? Why can we not have it in a country which has all the ecosystems? We are impacted by climate change. We are talking about ecosystem based management. We are talking about MSPs. We are talking blue economy. Why don't we have a marine policy? And I really don't know how do you deal with that. Why is it always undercover? And blue economy is not the all and where all, it is a it brings about a convergence of various sectors, which is very good. But then it needs to be beefed up with an independent and a very robust, resilient marine policy that talks about climate change and other emerging factors as well. So that should be the umbrella agreement that we should have, a Marine Policy Act, and within that you have the other ones. And that is how you would do a conservation. That is how you would bring in your social aspects, your economic aspects, and that's how you build a resilience in the marine and coastal ecosystem. You have these international treaties that's there. How do you deal with them?
Correct.
Where do you converge them? You need to have a marine policy to be able to converge what we are talking with the Cumin Montreal Protocol on global biodiversity, the marine part of it, bring it here, the high seas part of it, bring it here, make that one holistic policy which talks about your coastal, marine, high seas. And then you talk about what are the biodiversity implications, what are the ecosystem approaches you will take, what is the economic, social, financial, technological aspects of it. And that is where your blue economy is just becomes a part of it.
Yeah.
It's a part of your larger scale of conversation. So you need to have this first, you have this umbrella Marine Policy Act in place, which is not there.
Ma,
I'm
you
sorry,
answered. No, you answered my next question, so it's okay because that was my next question. Do we have a marine policy considering all this happened? So you already answered my next question. So thank you very much. All I will give you one small secret. We don't even have a marine security policy. So in national marine security policy, we've made our own, navies made their own policy and told everybody this is our policy. Who? Everybody, the government. The government say, okay, go ahead. So we need these kind of policies, commissions, etc., which then empower the people down below. And empowerment has to be given because you're multi-stakeholders. So some empowerment has to be given to be able to think. That is why I was asking right from the implementation. In most of our implementation, single person, single organization doing something good. But at a, so there are a whole lot of good people, but one good policy or one good thing it's needs to come. It's not that it will not come. Things are working, but my question is absolutely right. How do you deal with an international organization who's expected to talk to 10 organizations? That is what my whole thing was, which you brought out in your answer before I asked you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. A pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you
Really nice, because I'm getting educated, and that's the whole thing about it. This morning, I heard a lot about water, Dr. Thing. So he's also working on this for so many years, and I have not been working on it. I've been consuming the water, so I try to find out what I need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So
Do we have any more questions?
water and oceans are all interconnected. So I think it's very important to have that approach from source to sea when we are talking about even a revitalized or ecosystem that thrives. A healthy riverine ecosystem also leads to a healthy estuarine ecosystem. And that again leads to a very healthy and vibrant oceans ecosystem. So it's all interconnected. So I'm sorry I missed this morning the discourse, but would love to see you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any more questions? Ma'am, I would like to ask one question. You mentioned the importance of mangroves and how it brings balance to the ecosystem. We do understand a lot of mangrove restoration projects are happening, but still, how do we convince the need and the commercial sector that has a more requirement for resorts that are sea facing and more of tourism based resorts? So how do we convince them the need of mangroves?
Okay. I'll just share a very quick example. Mangrove ecosystems can also be a good spot for your ecotourism. Yeah. So when you are selling your whole plans on ecotourism, you can also show the value that you are putting into the ecosystem by being responsible business practice. So that adds value to your resorts, that adds value to what you bring to your tourists, and people are actually picking up. People, India has this tourism around mangroves. There is tourism in animals where they do these little trips in Havelock Island around the mangroves. So valuation of these mangroves to tourism is very, very high. So how do you bring that whole responsible tourism through your ecotourism or through how you uh, sell your product to a more cautious um, travelers is how you can bring in that value. Do I answer you well? Or
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I do have one more question. We do understand the indigenous plants like people, neem, provide, bring in balance to the nature. But with the commercial buildings and huge towers coming up, people are resistant to have them near their house, and they are going for more low water resistant plants. And indigenous plants are being planted 100 kilometers away from the city in a barren land. So, how can we convince people the need of these plants near the place they live?
I think it's again creating awareness. It's about, I would say, creating. See, people need to see the value. If you do not value it, you will never conserve it or protect it, right? So once you create that awareness and create an ecosystem which is actually suitable to those kind of plants or indigenous plants, trees, and benefits. So you need to start talking about the traditional knowledge systems, how those plants are beneficial to your health, how, and then you need to make the people of that area owners, proud owners, or there has to be an ownership thing to it. If I don't own it, I will not conserve it. If I don't value it, I will not protect it. So you have to build that kind of an awareness and that kind of a ownership within that community to do it. That there is a lot of these urban forestry things that's coming up, little patches of land which is converted into urban forestry in many areas, and they are planting native species, they are taking care of it. See, after you take care of plants for a certain period of time, they grow on their own, they don't need that kind of protection or care that you would need in the initial stages. So you have to convince people and you have to bring in the benefits of that ecosystem to them.
Sure, ma'am, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. It's always an honor to listen to you. And we would definitely like to have you physically next time and learn more from you. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much for
Thank you so
having me
much.
here. It's always a learning for me as well. Thank you.
I would request everyone to join us for lunch. We'll quickly meet back after the lunch. Thank you so much.
India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunity that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. also we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach, and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision. who is science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics-based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space to quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest EMAC. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. over a 7,517-kilometer coastline. Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economy requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronics student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the SAGAR Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of efforts across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics-based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit could consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space to quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest magazine. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization, where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation, and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening, and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When you look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders, have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non-living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo-Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set 3 pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The 3 agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision through its science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics-based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The 4 major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest magazine. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework, at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the underwater domain awareness framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit could consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space to quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest magazine. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunity that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are like looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe, stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics-based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo-Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022. India's presidency at G20 summit could consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role in the G20.
Start 2 minutes early. It's okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the 5th day of our first workshop, the 5-day workshop, a series of 4 workshops that we are doing. The first one starting from the 6th of March till 10th of March, that is today, on policy. The second is from 13th to 17th on technology. The third one is from 20th to 24th on field interactions. And then we have a 2-day workshop to basically sum up, consolidate what we gathered, convert it into a bit of documentation, and then reach out to the various policymakers, stakeholders, practitioners, communities. The focus of this workshop is institutionalizing the skilling ecosystem for the realization of the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. There are some young people behind, so for the benefit of them, security and growth for all in the region is a vision given by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2015. What it means is, in his own words, the Honorable Prime Minister in the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018 gave 4 tenets. The first is that we recognize the security challenges that we face in the Indian Ocean region. The second is that we acknowledge the blue economic opportunity that exists. The third is we are conscious of the rich heritage we had. And the fourth one is that we have the aspiration to be a regional leader. Now, an apex level vision or declaration has to be mapped with effort on multiple dimensions. We at MRC have been focusing on the underwater domain awareness. The young kids behind will acknowledge that the 75% of the world is underwater. 70% marine and 5% is freshwater, including the ice cover. And I think you'll also acknowledge that this is probably the first underwater conference or a workshop that you are attending. Give me a yes behind. Thank you. So I think the importance of water has to be understood, and I'm so happy that there are young people. The format of this is we are hybrid, and we are also recording every session. This is going to be available on our Maritime Domain Research Center website, and you will get a diverse dimension. Now, the SAGAR vision was declared in Mauritius. So the core people who were involved have also been very kind to be part of this. Ambassador Mudgal, who was the ambassador in Mauritius when the Honorable Prime Minister announced there, Ambassador Javed Ashraf, who is presently India's ambassador to France, and who was in a PMO at that point, have been deeply connected in this whole process. And I know Mr. Hemang Jani also has been part of various apex level policy, and he was also in the PMO at that point. So we are very happy that we've got tremendous support. So what we have done is try to connect the larger global framework to the regional framework, to the national level, to the local level. We have tried to get speakers from all across. We've had the head of the Intergovernmental Ocean Commission. As you all know, this is the decade of the ocean sciences. So person who is driving that globally, Vladimir Rubin, joined us from Paris. We will have a lot of senior people who will be joining us. I think I will not go into the thing. We'll share. I think it's already shared with all of you. So we are very happy that the first workshop has gone very well, and we are so happy and honored to end the first workshop. We have none other than Mr. Hemang Jani, who's the Secretary Capacity Building Commission under the Prime Minister's office. I've been singularly very, very fortunate to have interaction with him, and he has been extremely encouraging. We are trying to discuss various proposals from our side, and we've got a very positive response from him. Without taking much time, I would like to introduce our esteemed speaker for now. Mr. Hemang Jani is an experienced professional in public policy, governance and innovation system. For the past 2 decades, he has worked towards improving public service delivery through technology, designing national innovation frameworks, applying technology and innovation in governance, and enabling private sector development at state, federal, and international levels. Before joining as the Secretary of the Capacity Building Commission, he worked as a senior private sector specialist at the World Bank headquarters in Washington, D.C., USA. He has also worked with the Government of India as an officer on special duty, knowledge and innovation at the Prime Minister's office. He designed and nurtured the Atal Innovation Mission during that time. Hemang sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Arnabji. I'm always, uh, I'm always really happy to meet him, first of all, but I always get surprised by the energy that he brings to anything that he does. And imagine today he brought all of us to Pune as well. So thank you very much for bringing us to Pune on this wonderful day and in this wonderful August company. And as Commander already mentioned, I'm on the board of Atal Innovation Mission. So innovation and entrepreneurship is my actual forte. And now I'm working on capacity building. So I was pleasantly surprised when I saw a lot of startups here and a lot of young students. So I will also maybe try to cover a bit of those areas as part of my work. But let me first throw a challenge to the young friends here. Have you all visited a government office so far? Any government offices have you visited in your life so far? Which one? Not the university registrar's office. Yeah, that is also part of it. But any government office? Forest department, the collector office, right? And how many of you are students and how many of you are aspiring for UPSCs and all other exams? One, two. So can you guess the number that how many civil servants are there in this country who serve you, right? You know collector office, you know your registrar's office, you know somebody runs health, education, somebody runs your city, you have Pune Municipal Corporation. Any guesses on how many civil servants are there in this country? Guess the number, any number. It will be a question in UPSC, by the way, but guess the number. Huh? Somebody Googled it. How many? 5 million. Anybody for another bid? 10 million maybe? So in India, we have almost 30 million civil servants if we put all state governments together. Only in the central government, we have 3 million civil servants. In the group A, as they call the top, that you aspire to be, they are just 100,000. So now let me tell you one more thing. How many come from out of Maharashtra, not from Pune out? So if you are taking a train from Pune to Mumbai, and if you are midway and if something happens, or you are taking a train from Pune to say Ahmedabad, I come from Ahmedabad, and something happens in the middle of that journey, who would you go for help, or who will come to help you? Today you can also Twitter it, and something happens, but who will be the person whom you would go in that compartment? Somebody said something. You'll go to the ticket checker of that compartment, right? That is the only government person. Or if there is a police constable you saw somewhere running, you will go to that person, right? Hey, my bag is stolen. Or hey, something happened. Oh, somebody is having a heart attack, right? So for that moment, for that journey of 5 hours or 3 hours or 6 hours, the entire government for you is that ticket collector, right? Or is that constable? During COVID times, many of you saw that your only go-to person in your mohalla was the constable who was there, right? He put everybody inside that nobody will go out, but he also went and if you said that ye dawai lana hai, maybe he also went and got the dawai for you, or he also or she went and got the stuff for you, right? So when you are on ground, when you are on crisis, when you are in action, the only sarkar, as we call, or state, or in Marathi and Gujarati and Hindi, we call it Rajya. is that person who is serving you. And that is the most important person for you as a citizen in your life. And we have 2.7 million of those in central government. Each state government has, depending upon the size of a state, like a state like Maharashtra will have anywhere around 3 lakh to 4 lakh of such employees in that. And now you imagine, all of us know government, right? All of us know government. And you are the citizens. Now you imagine actually what is government for you? Have you ever met the industries minister of your country or your state? Have you ever met the health minister of your state? Have you even met the mayor of your city? No, right? You only meet the person from your municipality who comes and works with you in your ward. And for you, that is the Sarkar. In the way they treat you, you will say that ये सरकार ठीक नहीं है या ये सरकार ठीक है. Correct? That is what we imagine. But in reality also what we call, when we call those who start studying for the services or any other exams, and they will come across public administration or economics, you will come across a concept called states capacity. See, we have, as Anupji mentioned, we have a very visionary prime minister, and all of us look up to his vision in the way he leads the country and the way he designs the programs. And the entire government thinks at that level. But to convert that into action on ground is that civil servant's job. And that civil servant doesn't change every 5 years. And you don't have much of a choice in electing or selecting that civil servant, right? So one of the important areas that the Honorable Prime Minister has picked up since last 2 and 3 years is how do we improve states' implementation capacity? How do we improve what is thought in Delhi, in the North Block or South Block or Parliament? How do you make sure that it reaches with the right spirit and with the right vision in which you hear that? Because when you hear these programs, you feel really good that, hey, something is going to happen. But to make that happen, you need enough capacity in your state. And that is what my program is. It's a long introduction. And our program is called Mission Karma Yogi. If you Google it, you will come across it. Why Karma Yogi? Because in Gita, anybody who has read Bhagavad Gita by now, you are sitting in Pune. Please tell me, you have at least come across some chapters. So in Gita, chapter 3 is called Karma Yoga. If you haven't, go and Google it. And Karma Yoga for me simply means a person in action. And if you go to a government office, you go to the local police station, you go to the local municipal corporation's office, and you will find that they are always busy. You will never find a free civil servant who is not busy. So the older crowd here will appreciate it more than you because you haven't interacted with them enough. But they are always in some kind of action. And karma, meaning of karma in Gita is action. And I always call my program that Karma Yoga is where I have to enable their action with right knowledge, right skill, and right attitude. And I'll come to some of those aspects. Just to bore you with some detail, it is called National Program for Civil Service Capacity Building, where we are creating a lot of frameworks. Okay, so let me take up another question that must be coming in your minds right now. Why this program? I gave you an explanation that we need to improve the state's capacity so that your experience improves with the state. But why? So anybody, what is India's per capita income in PPP terms? You can say in US dollar terms or you can say in UP terms. Anybody who watches television and who watches Ruchir Sharma and anybody on the television? Guesses? Any guesses? No, per capita income. Somewhere, roughly 1.5 to 2 lakh, right? Now, anybody China's, what is China's per capita income today? Any guess? Somewhere around 5 times. 5 times or 6 times, right? Now, any guesses on what was China's and India's per capita income in 1960? Equal, same, right? So, see, both our incomes, per capita income, and of course, per capita income means you are dividing the national GDP by the number of people that you have. And now here we have the highest number of people. So it was roughly, both of us were roughly around 1/5 of the world GDP at that time. If you divide, say, entire world's GDP by number of people in this on this planet, the average comes, we were 1/5 of it. Today also we are 1/5 of it. And gradually, the decline started happening because other economies of the world, they were developing very fast and growing, and their income were growing. We were in a very different kind of a regime going through, immediately after a few years of independence. And then all of you know the story of famous reforms in 1991. And since 1991, we started becoming an industrialized economy. So we started growing. But even then, today we are 1/5 of the world average per capita GDP. Now, excuse me. Let me bring you to China's story. Until around 1990, they were also in the same boat. From 90s, 2000, 2001, you can see from 2010, the graph is taking an exponential turn. It started growing rapidly. And they are right now roughly same as the world average GDP. So the point I'm trying to make here is that they have made rapid progress in 10, 15 years or 20 years. And one of the aspects in that growth is the way the state delivers services and imagines services and designs services. That has been there. And we are going through something exactly similar. We have just begun our journey of that growth in many of our areas. And all of you must have heard Honorable Prime Minister in the last 15th August. He said we are entering, as a country, we are entering the Amrit Kal. The next 25 years of India's journey, which will be broadly led by you. I will not be there, and all of the front row people will not be there. Right? It will be all of you who will be taking India from today to the 100th years. And of course, it will be you who will be living there. So we will not be living there. So how do we design that journey? And a lot of things are happening. I will take you through some of them, which will also bring you to the next phase of my slide deck. All of you must have heard that every week we hear a story that some startup, and how many startups from the incubation center here? Anybody from the incubation center? Okay. When you go to the incubation center, go and ask a startup, what is your dream? And they will definitely say, oh, I want to become the biggest in my area or whichever service I have picked up. And they, okay, fine. Where do you get the money from? They'll say, oh, I'm hoping that I will go for a pitch session and I will raise some money through a round. Right? All of us are hearing this story. The day before, many SoftBank head and many Vijay, Shekhar and many people went to Bhavish's wedding, right? And you hear the story of him that, oh, a young kid started a hotel chain startup and received a lot of money, a lot of funding, right? We hear that story. And India, perhaps we added the most number of startups who are unicorns in last 1 year or last 2 years. And maybe the time will come that every week or maybe every day we will be adding one startup in that story. But that's not the only thing. Many people like you, the young lot who comes out of universities and colleges, they are taking up entrepreneurial journey. So almost 10% of the new firms that are getting added in the economy, they are by people like you. So I am sure many of you are not thinking right now that I will go and get a job. Many of you are thinking, and I hope you are thinking, because you are sitting in one of the best incubation centers of the area. So I hope you are thinking that I will do something, I will create something, I will take up entrepreneurial journey and I will do something, right? But have you ever wondered that how did this happen? So those who know, traditionally when you wanted to do business, where do you go? You would go and get money from banks, right? Bank se loan lena hai. Now that scene has changed. Since 2015, if you see, the private equity, the investors and the people who provide you private equity, bank will provide you loans. And then you go to stock market and get some public equity, right? The private equity has overtaken public equity drastically. So a lot of money is available for people like you with right idea at the right time and right opportunity. How did that happen? Somewhere all of us have heard the name Aadhaar, right? And all of us have heard Honorable Prime Minister talking about Jandan, Aadhaar and mobile, the jam trinity, right? But at the bottom of that jam trinity layer is what? Is a robust network created by none other than the state or the government, which enable the UPI payment with which you can now pay with your Paytms and Phone Pays and other apps, which enabled integration of Aadhaar to many things. Today morning, I took a flight and I used Digi Yatra. So now I don't have to show my iCard. I can only show my face and it recognizes and it opens the door of an airport. So this is the role of state in an economy. And if you change that state and the way that state thinks and delivers, you can also change the direction of your economy. Going forward, I'll give more examples as well, but keep this in mind. And now you have to ask the question to yourself, okay, fine, state did this, but who did this in state? Somebody like you and me who had got a job at the state in particular department responsible of thinking of in particular direction or for particular sector, they did that job. If they did not, if they were not, and there are many countries who have computer engineers, right? It's not only we provide. Philippines has many computer engineers. Now even the entire Southeast Asia is supplying a lot of computer engineers and computer scientists. So it's not that only we were thinking, but not everyone could think of it. So this is the role that government plays in any economy. But if we want to have a robust economy, and I call it economy 2.0, I call it that going forward, our growth rate should be higher. Our per capita income should grow rapidly. Both our service and manufacturing sector should grow rapidly. But if that has to happen, you also need government 2.0. And that is the essence of the work which we are doing. Our program directly reports to Prime Minister's Human Resource Council. We have a cabinet secretary headed coordination unit. We have two bodies. One is the policy body, which I head, the Capacity Building Commission. And we have a special purpose vehicle called Karmayogi Bharat Corporation. So many of you must have taken online courses in Coursera's and Byju's and Akash of the world. We are creating something similar for those 30 million civil servants, and which is operational. It's there on your on your iOS and Android app. You can download it. If you say I got Karma Yogi, you can get an app and you can download it. There are some free courses which you can also take. I will not bore you with my TOR, what work. We have a team of 4 people. Adil, he was McKinsey India chairman. He is our chairman. We have Praveen Pardeshi. Most of you from Maharashtra would know it. He was also the municipal commissioner of Pune before. So he is the member. We have Dr. Balu and I am the secretary. Essentially, what we are trying to do, and which will not interest the younger crowd much, but the front 2-3 rows, we are trying to create a national capacity building framework for the country. Because we as a country, like many frameworks, Arnabji and I, we talk about, we don't have a national civil service capacity building framework. We have a lot of fragmented efforts going in various directions. But that is what we are trying to create, where we are working on both the supply side and the demand side of capacity building. And you will be surprised if I ask the front 2 row, what is can you guess the number of training institutions in the country? You have 4-5 in Pune itself. But all of you know the famous academy in Mussoorie, like the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy in Mussoorie. But can you guess the number? How many of such academies are there for various different kinds of civil services? The number is 800, 800. Because you have 3 million civil servants. We need as many training institutions also to prepare them, right? When they go and appear for their exam. But many of those training institutions were conceived in past, as we all know. So we are working on one hand, we are working on creating standards. So we have something called National Standard for Civil Service Training Institution, NSCSTI. It's also a website you can go and study for your curiosity purpose, nscsti.org. And these training institutions, they are getting, registered on there, they are getting accredited so that we improve their quality. And on the other hand, we are working with all the government of India so far. We have picked up 2 states also as pilot, but all the government of India departments. So we have 60 ministries, 93 departments, and some 2,600 odd organizations with this government of India setup. So we are helping them to create capacity building plans. So each department creates a capacity building plan which touches everybody from president to peon in the old saying. So from secretary to the lowest person, everybody is covered. And there should be an annual plan of their capacity building. And again, going back to the younger lot, how many of you have done any kind of work so far? Any internship or anybody has done any work so far in your life? No. Some internship you must have done already, right? If you haven't done, please go and do something. Take up a job at a cafe nearby or a shop nearby and do some work for 2 hours a day, and that will give you more knowledge than any institution in the world. But if you are doing your work, what do you need? If I hire you tomorrow, I say that, okay, from tomorrow you are my assistant. Just roam with me and do some work. What do you need? Skills, right? But that's not only skills that you require. Why are you here in this institute today? What are you doing? Qualification. That is what? Knowledge. You are here, you are spending 2-3 years here for what? Learning knowledge, right? So first you get knowledge about something. Then somebody like me hires you. There you need skills to work with them, right? But all of this today, any millionaires in the room? If your attitude is कि यार छोड़ो मुझे 10,000 रुपए की नौकरी नहीं करनी है, पिताजी 50,000 रुपए देते हैं, pocket money, right? Attitude. You will find a millionaire in some places who will say that, oh, my dad earns and gives me money, but I want to earn my own money, right? And some kid you will find that not. So that difference is what? The difference is attitude. That I want to make my money, I want to learn. So to do any kind of work, you need 3 things: knowledge, skills, and attitude. And believe me, you need these 3 things at any age to do any work anywhere in the world. Whether you are just an intern, whether you are a clerk in your collector office, whether you are the collector of your district, or whether you are the prime minister of the country. These 3 things are required, and in different degrees and in different level. And that is exactly what we are trying to do with the civil servants. That how do we make sure that to do their work, they have the right knowledge. So if I am a Safai Kamdar in my municipal corporation, I should have the knowledge that, okay, what kind of cleaning am I supposed to do? And there is a law for that, right? But then I should also have the skills that how do you clean it so effectively that it looks spick and span. I'm not just picking up few things here there. But then on top of that, it requires attitude. Because if I don't think that what I'm cleaning is not just making it spick and span, but it is also avoiding a lot of diseases for the people. And I don't know anybody from health background, they will all know that cleanliness is most important for health outcomes because that's what leads to diseases. Similarly, if you are in a office where you are issuing driving licenses, what you need to know the law that how should I issue a driving license. Then you need to know that how the forms are filled and how the process is done or whatever entries to be made. Or imagine you are in a bank. You are a cashier in a bank. You need to know that how to handle cash. Then you need to know the skills to do that. But more importantly, you need attitude. When you are doing your assignment in this place, you need to know the theories and frameworks and the books. I don't know which books do you use. We used to use Gregory Mankiw and Ben Bernanke. So you need to know the book. Then you need skills to write because everybody will write a different assignment. Everybody will write a different paper. So you have some skills to think of something different and produce it. But your attitude, somebody decides that I want an A in this paper, no matter what. And I want to pass out with the gold medal from the university. Somebody decides that and works towards that. That is the attitude. And that is how every job in the world is done. And that's what we are trying to change here. So I will talk a little higher order of thinking here. How are we thinking about this framework? Three things are the guiding lenses. One is the national priority lens. So each department, each ministry, each office contributes to a higher national priority. Right? What are our national priorities? As I said, we want to become a, say, 10 trillion economy very soon. We want to provide housing for everyone. We want to provide health to everyone. We want to provide jobs to everyone. We want to double our farmers' incomes, so agriculture. So each agency of government works in this direction. They contribute something in this direction. And the simple answer that they have to ask is, are they capable of delivering on that or do they need some services? I'll give you one example. You must have recently heard of Air India being sold to Tatas, right? A proud moment for all of us. But what did that mean for the civil aviation department? Civil aviation department had that only airline that it used to run. And that was bunch of their chunk of that work. But civil aviation department has a lot of other works. When you go to the airport, who creates those airports and who provides that services where your planes can land and you can go, right? Civil aviation department. So now their role is increasingly becoming regulatory. They don't have an airline to run. So all of their work that remains is only regulating the sector. But if I tomorrow ask civil aviation department, if I am the minister of civil aviation and if I ask them that create 50 new airports in small towns. So somebody will, like Arnabji will come and say that, oh, but don't create it yourself, okay? You invite private sector and do it on PPP. That would be more efficient than you yourself doing it. I said, fine, yes, do it on PPP. Then the department requires capacity to handle those PPP contracts, right? If I ask you that go and build a house or build one room for yourself, what do you need? You need capacity. अरे भाई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कहाँ से मिलेगा? ठीक है, फिर वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को ले तो लिया, फिर उसको मैं कैसे पैसा दूंगा? अभी पैसा दे दूं कि थोड़ा थोड़ा वो बिल्ड करता जाए फिर पैसा दूं? Yeah, go back and ask your dad. All of your parents must have constructed one house in their lifetime. Go back and ask them that how many years did it take? And they will say, oh, beta, it took 7 years or it took 10 years. And then ask them that how did you pay the contractor? तो बोले वो थोड़ा थोड़ा काम खत्म करता गया फिर हम उसको पैसे देते गए. So any government contract also works like that only. A contractor comes and you give them money thoda thoda. So first lens is that the work that you are supposed to do as an agency, are you able to do that or not? Second lens is the citizen centricity lens. I started with that. That the government servant serves two kind of customers. One is the citizen, normal citizen, and another is the corporate citizen. When businesses go, and I met some businesses here in the morning today, they all say that, oh, we go and we work with the departments. So are you able to, how many of you have taken a foreign trip recently in a first world country? Or Singapore, Dubai, anybody? When you go to foreign trips, you always say, oh, यहाँ सब कितना अच्छा है, यहाँ सब एकदम साफ है, अरे यहाँ ये सर्विस इतनी जल्दी मिल गई, right? हम लोग ऐसा बोलते हैं. That difference comes from where? That difference comes that the service of that agency is so much citizen centric that they provide it with keeping the customer in mind. आप एक एग्जांपल ले लीजिए ना कि anybody had a telephone line from BSNL or some of the state services earlier, and now they have moved to the private service like me. So you always feel अरे ये मैं इस बस में नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं प्राइवेट बस में जाऊंगा. Why? Because you feel that कि वहाँ सर्विस अच्छा मिलेगा. So that is what the citizen centricity lens means. And more importantly, the third and the most important point is, how many of you know Henry Kissinger? Anybody heard of Henry Kissinger? Okay. I don't know who you are. Elon Musk? Everybody, right? Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai and everybody, right? What is it that they are doing right now? What are they working on? Metaverse, artificial intelligence, right? When I had the first computer at your age, I had the first laptop in my hand at your age, around or maybe roughly a year or two, plus minus. I have more computing power than that first laptop right now in my phone, and perhaps 10 times more computing power. Because you have not seen the world where we used to wait for one email to come, and literally it used to come like a postman used to bring that email, right? Today I can do anything with I run my entire office on a cloud on my phone. If you ask Antara, Poonam and Himanshu in my office, they work with me. Most of the work we do happens on WhatsApp and on cloud, right? So as government, we are aware that emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, blockchain, data related technologies, they are going to affect us really, really fast. And they have already started affecting, right? So as government servant, you need two things. One is you need ability to regulate it, because the first and foremost is some threat comes and you are sleeping. But more important than regulation, you need ability to appreciate the solutions that technology is creating, right? Today, none of you, if I tell you that go to a bank and withdraw 2000 rupees or write a check, get a checkbook from a bank and do a payment through check, none of you will do it, right? All of you will say, अरे गूगल पे है, फोन पे है, पेटीएम है, कहाँ जा रहे हो अंकल आप? इतना सारा available है. But that used to be the time. People used to go to a bank, open an account, withdraw cash, write a check. It has changed. WhatsApp has changed my entire communication. I only communicate on that. So emerging technologies, awareness and ability for civil servants to appreciate the solution it creates for you. आप अभी भी कहीं भी किसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस में चले जाओगे तो कई बार यू विल से अरे ये लोग क्या ये पुराना यूज कर रहे हैं, ये लोग सीधा सीधा इसको स्कैन करके क्यों नहीं ले लेते, मैं इतना फोटोकॉपी करके क्यों कागज दूं, राइट? सो That is the third lens that we are using in every work we do, in all our capacity building work we do. And of course, we have three pillars. One is we work with individuals and we work with organizations as a whole, because organization as a whole is an ecosystem. आप यहाँ पढ़ने आते हो, so you deal with the professor, right? So बोलोगे यार प्रोफेसर बहुत अच्छे हैं, कई बार ऐसा होता है. फिर किसी और जगह पे आप पढ़ने जाओगे, बोले यार our professor is very good but our institution is not that great. वहाँ कुछ है नहीं, पानी नहीं मिलता है, क्लासरूम भी अच्छा नहीं है, और राइट. So that is an institution, that is an organization. उसमें प्रोफेसर साहब कुछ नहीं कर सकते. वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का काम है कि आपको जो एनवायरनमेंट मिले पढ़ने के लिए. सिमिलरली व्हेन यू गो टू अ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस, द एनवायरनमेंट जो वहाँ मिलता है वो भी अपग्रेड करने की जरूरत है. So that is what we are working on. Of course, I will not bore you with all these training institutions, etc. Stuff. Let me bring you to the impact of this. What happens when we do this? What happens when your civil servant is citizen-centric? What happens when your civil servant is connected to the national priorities? And what happens when they are able to appreciate the power of emerging technologies? Anybody has a drone? Anybody flies drone for photography or anything? ऐसा मत करो यार, ड्रोन जाके चला के आओ कहीं. So listen, I don't know whether you guys are aware or not, but there was a time just before 2 years when you couldn't fly your drone legally anywhere, right? लीगली अगर ड्रोन कहीं फ्लाई करना है तो वो पॉसिबल ही नहीं था. इलीगली तो हम लोग बहुत कुछ कर लेते हैं, तो वो कर रहे थे सब लोग फोटोग्राफी. Somebody in civil aviation ministry thought कि अरे ऐसा क्यों? And the rule was flipped. I'm simplifying it a lot for the sake of audience, but कि भाई ऐसा क्यों कि हम लोग ये सोचे कि अगर किसी को ड्रोन फ्लाई करना है तो जाके परमिशन लेना पड़ेगा, लाइसेंस लेना पड़ेगा. ऐसे तो हमारा देश कितना बड़ा है और 10 लाख लोग आ जाएंगे. एक नियम में बदलाव किया कि अब से ऐसा होगा कि आप ड्रोन कहीं भी फ्लाई कर सकते हो. सिर्फ कुछ कुछ एरिया ऐसे आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं, अगर वहां फ्लाई करना है तो आपको बताना है सरकार को. जैसे कि आपको अगर एयरपोर्ट के पास ड्रोन फ्लाई करना है तो यू हैव टू टेक परमिशन, क्योंकि वहां प्लेन भी उड़ रहा है और आप ड्रोन भी उड़ाओगे तो खतरा है. या किसी डिफेंस, यू आर इन पुणे एंड ऑल ऑफ यू नो खड़कवासला एंड कॉलेज ऑफ मिलिट्री इंजीनियरिंग एंड ऑल द कमांड, यू हैव अ वेस्टर्न कमांड हियर. सो वहां पे अगर ड्रोन उड़ाना है तो यू हैव टू टेक परमिशन. I am not saying that you can't, but you have to take permission from that area. So imagine, now you can fly your drone anywhere else. On the top of this building, you can fly it. There is a map on which you can see that, okay, in these areas you cannot fly. And that has created almost $2 billion industry in the country. $1 billion कितना होता है? करीब 8,000 करोड़ रुपए होता है. ठीक है? So we are looking at in next 2-3 years कुछ 15-20 हजार करोड़ की एक नई इंडस्ट्री खड़ी हो गई है. कल मैं स्मित शाह के पास बैठा था, ड्रोन फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का जो सीईओ है. There are some 100 drone companies in the country now. Almost 40 of them are working on manufacturing drones, not just doing anything else. So जब हम पॉलिसी में बदलाव लाते हैं और वो बदलाव लाने की सोच और क्षमता दोनों उस सिविल सर्वेंट को देते हैं, तब ऐसी चीजें होती है. कई बार आप लोग देखोगे कि कोई नए म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर आए हैं और आप एकदम सिटी में कुछ चेंजेस देखना शुरू कर देते हो, राइट? एंड यू हैव इन पुणे यू हैव द जू, राइट? यू हैव दैट जू, राइट? यू हैव अ ओपन जू वेयर यू कैन गो एंड सी द. if आप लोग नहीं गए हो तो जाके आइए. आई हैड गॉन देयर last month only. I went there. It is only phase 1 has been opened. There are 5 phases. So these kind of things happen when you enable people. आप खुद ही सोचिए कि आप लोग अगर कुछ काम कर रहे हैं and your university gives you द टास्क कि अगला सिंपोजियम जो है वो आप लोगों को ऑर्गेनाइज करना है. Sometimes you feel that, oh, there was one event which was an aha event, or there was one lecture which was like an aha lecture, right? Why? Because somebody thought it differently. And that is what we are trying to do here with our people. You can go and read on the drone thing. Similar thing was, anybody heard about the space reforms recently? ISRO, everybody knows? Correct. Thank you. So, अब से पहले कैसा था कि अगर आपको कोई सैटेलाइट बनाना है तो आपको परमिशन लेनी है. फिर उस सैटेलाइट को आपको अगर ऊपर पहुंचाना है तो आपको एक पर्टिकुलर स्पेस व्हीकल जिसे हम रॉकेट बोलते हैं वही लेके जाना है. आप थोड़ा जाके अगर पढ़ेंगे तो यू विल रियलाइज दैट that entire sector has been unbundled, and you see that a startup like from IIT Delhi and from IIT Madras, you must have seen that startups who created and 3D printed the rockets. किसी ने सुना था वो story? Anybody heard that story that a IIT Chennai startup 3D printed a space rocket and tested it successfully? There is another startup who is creating satellites, right? Who is building satellites. So students like you, 5 people came together and they said that, oh, we want to build satellites. And they are now building and throwing satellites in the space. That is also recent. If you read this story, you will realize that this has happened in last 2-3 years. Not. But what will it do for country? Again, going back to our national priority. It will create a $1 trillion industry for India by 2040. Today, if you see, the largest space industry is with US and European Space Agency. It will put us in that league. We still launch many satellites for many countries, but we will have a private sector who will be capable of launching, creating satellites and providing those services, not only in India, but for everywhere in the world. So this is what happens when you think differently, bring. Recently, you must have heard of the PLI scheme. Anybody has heard of the production linked incentive scheme? सिंपल सर इन सिंपल वर्ड ऐसा होता है कि मुझे अगर आप लोगों से ज्यादा काम करवाना है तो मैं क्या करूंगा? मैं ये बोलूंगा कि जो 2 असाइनमेंट सबमिट करेगा उसको 10 मार्क मिलेंगे, लेकिन जो 3 असाइनमेंट सबमिट करेगा उसे 20 मार्क मिलेंगे, और जो 5 असाइनमेंट सबमिट करेगा उसे 50 मार्क एक्स्ट्रा मिलेंगे. तो आप में से कितने लोग 5 असाइनमेंट सबमिट करोगे? सभी लोग? मैं तो नहीं करता, मैं 3 पे हो जाता, बट I would have gone for the middle one. So similarly, when you want industry to increase their production in certain areas, you give them incentive. कि आप ये चीज ज्यादा बनाओगे तो हम आपको इसमें ज्यादा कंसेशन देंगे या ज्यादा टैक्स बेनिफिट देंगे या ज्यादा पैसा देंगे. देयर आर वेज. सो ये हर सेक्टर में हो रहा है. यू शुड गो एंड रीड अबाउट इट. आई विल नॉट बोर यू विद दैट. बट मोर देन दैट, there are many such things that are happening that you should know, which is also part of the capacity building of civil servants. For example, RBI has already done pilot of the digital currency. Excuse me. Right? Similarly, they have been doing a blockchain sandbox since 2018. So every government agency, and you should go and read about it, you should go and dig some material on it. Every government agency is trying to do something with the emerging technologies in various areas. And that is also part of building our capacity as a country and as a state and as government. So these are some of the areas which I wanted to talk to you about. I will not go much into the underwater domain because I think we have covered it a lot. But in underwater domain also, we will need a lot of this thinking. That how do you, Because in underwater domain, in IOR only, you have to negotiate with some 15-20 countries. So, जब आपको negotiations करना हो तो negotiations is a skill. I don't know whether you have taken negotiations class or not. And if you not, go to any online platform and take a negotiation class. It is a maybe 2 month certificate or 3 month certificate, but it will help you a lot. So negotiations like behavioral skills, you will need a lot of functional skills in all agencies that are involved at the data analytics and different level. You will also need a lot of advanced technology training because we were discussing that in mapping and everywhere now drones and satellites can work together. So how do you use AI and other robotics technology? How do you also ensure that the basic domain training is there? Because for the younger lot, it will not resonate, but for the older lot, the top 2 training needs that we get from the middle level management are in 2 areas. One is stress management, and second is the functional skills. How to use GFR, how to do communication, how to write a note, similar things. So, of course, you will need a lot of legal training because these treaties will require a lot of legal knowledge in your agencies. And see, legal knowledge is not only for lawyers. Everybody needs some kind of basic legal awareness to do stuff in their life. Because the forms you are signing, I agree, I agree, I agree, in every app, in every email, they are all legal contracts and they bind you. So where you don't have choice, I want to use WhatsApp. So I always say I agree, even if they say that, okay, I will go and sit in your house. And I say, fine, go and sit in my house. I don't mind. But where you have a choice, you can always say that I disagree and opt for another option if there is a better option available, right? Of course, you will need a lot of disaster preparedness and other training in coastal areas because they are more prone to disasters, and that will also change a lot of these things. Coastal management, and of course, we have been already talking to Anupji, a lot of exchange programs because that will one strengthen the relations, and second also create knowledge exchanges. So these are some of the areas that we have identified, and we are already working with Arnabji and his team on the underwater domain. This is a very new area, and as students, you should also learn. As Arnabji said in his speech, we are 75% of water in the world, only 25% of land. So we have covered the 25% of the land. We should know how other 75% functions. Of course, we should not pollute it as much as we have done to the rest of the 25%. But that is a fascinating domain. If you haven't been to places like Andaman and others, go and see the underwater flora and fauna, underwater life experience, and you will get fascinated that, oh, all of this is here. I had not even known. And as human species, we have not gone far there. If you dig deeper, we have gone only, say, few kilometers out of many hundred kilometers that is left to encounter. And the good part for all of us in first 2 rows is that it is all of you who have to do that. We are not going to do that. So you guys be prepared. How will you capture this knowledge, and how will you capture this opportunity? And that's it. Any questions? I am very happy to answer. Thank you very much. Yep.
क्वेश्चन था कि जैसे कि आपने पहले ही बताया कि जो जितने भी गवर्नेंस ऑफिसर्स हैं जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स हैं जो कि काम करते हैं सरकार में ऑफिशियली। तो जो भी पॉलिसीज बनाई जाती है और उसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया जाता है ऑफिशियली, लेकिन ग्राउंड लेवल पे उतनी होती है या नहीं होती है वो ऑफिशियल डेटा बता ही देता है। लेकिन जब वो पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन जब होती है और वो उसके जो परसेंटेज रिजल्ट्स कम आते हैं, तब हमारी एक्शन कितनी स्ट्रांग होती है। मतलब जैसे भी देखा जाएगा कि मतलब पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कम होती है तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या किया जाता है, टेम्पररी सस्पेंशन किया जाता है वगैरह वगैरह हो जाता है ऐसा। लेकिन अभी अगर हम इंडिया की पॉपुलेशन देखते हैं, बहुत सारे पॉपुलेशन बढ़ गया, वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलेशन हमारी है और काफ़ी अच्छे यूथ है और होशियार भी है। तो क्या हम हमारी पॉलिसीज या रूल्स इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग कर सकते हैं कि कोई ये गलती ना करे? जैसे कि फेमस डायलॉग है, चुकीला माफी नाही। कोई भी गलती करो माफ किया जाएगा। इतनी यूथ है कि हम उनको नेक्स्ट जॉब दे सकते हैं। सर ऐसी कोई एक्शन ले सकते हैं क्या हम?
करेक्ट करेक्ट, आई थिंक ये तो आपके ऊपर है, अब ले सकते हैं कि नहीं, बट काम नहीं करने के लिए किसी को कभी सस्पेंड नहीं किया गया है, सो इट्स यस सो नहीं, बट व्हाट द पॉइंट यू आर रेजिंग इज राइट, आप जो बोल रहे हो वो सही है। और इसीलिए जब हम कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के बारे में सोचते हैं तो सिर्फ एक इंडिविजुअल की, एक व्यक्ति के साथ क्या करना है वो नहीं, बट एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ क्या करना है वो, और वो रूल इम्प्लीमेंट हो उसकी प्रोसेस के बारे में क्या करना है वो भी सोचते हैं। बट इसमें एक भी चीज हमें भी समझनी पड़ेगी, विच ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर गेव अ क्लैरियन कॉल ड्यूरिंग स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, कि हम सबको अपने घर का आंगन भी साफ रखना पड़ेगा टू सी द एंटायर कंट्री साफ। सो व्हेन वी डोंट फॉलो रूल, दैट इज ऑल्सो आवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। गंदा तब भी होता है और तभी किसी को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि भाई मैं 5 रुपए लेके तुम्हें इग्नोर कर सकता हूँ। So we should also look at that side. But of course, what you are saying is right, and that is exactly the point. That how do we ensure that see, many times जो गलतियां होती है वो intentional नहीं होती है। Many times गलतियां इसलिए होती है कि या तो सही रूल का पता नहीं होता है, या उनका जो वर्क एनवायरनमेंट होता है वो ऐसा होता है कि वो सही रूल इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाते हैं। सो वही सारी चीजें इस प्रोग्राम के तहत हम लाना चाहते हैं एट एवरी डिपार्टमेंट एंड एट एवरी एजेंसी लेवल। एनी अदर क्वेश्चन?
Hello, sir. My name is Rishikesh Wag. So, sir, my question is like we are talking about capacity building, but sir, there are various sectors where there is not enough positions filled, and there is under capacity in departments. So, how can we address that problem, and what is your take on it?
So see, many that is the question with the strength. So it is a reality that we have less people where we need more people. So, but there are various ways in which government does it. We do lateral entry, we do contractual employment, etc. But one aspect that the capacity building will ensure is कि जहाँ पे सही काम करने वाले लोगों की सही जगह पे हो तो उनसे काम ज्यादा होगा। अभी क्या हो रहा है, कई जगह पे ऐसा है कि आपके पास सही काम करने वाले लोग सही जगह पे नहीं है, और जहाँ पे जो है उसके पास वो काम करने की क्षमता नहीं है, उतना नॉलेज नहीं है या उतनी क्षमता नहीं है। सो उसको बढ़ाने से भी थोड़ा जो मार्जिनल गेन बोलते हैं हम इन इकोनॉमिक्स, वो हमें मिलेगा। और ऑफ कोर्स नंबर तो बढ़ाना ही पड़ेगा। अगर एक दो आदमी का काम एक आदमी कर रहा है तो उसको कुछ नहीं कर सकते, उसमें आपको 2 आदमी चाहिए। लेकिन अगर अभी जो एक आदमी का काम है वो आधा ही हो रहा है तो उसमें क्या टेक्नोलॉजी ला सकते हैं ताकि वो काम जल्दी हो। पहले सब कुछ अगर मैन्युअल प्रोसेसिंग होता था, अब बहुत कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू इम्प्रूव किया जाता है। क्या टेक्नोलॉजी ला सकते हैं कि वो रूल इम्प्लीमेंट करने में अभी जो एम्बिग्यूटी होती है कि जिसकी वजह से इधर उधर करने की क्षमता होती है, क्या वो ही दूर कर दे। अब जैसे एयरपोर्ट में एंट्री है तो मुझे वो मेरा चेहरा देख के ही एंट्री देगा, वो मुझे पहचानता है तो भी वो मेरे पिताजी वहाँ खड़े होंगे तो भी वो मुझे एंट्री नहीं दे सकते। वो बोलेंगे भाई चेहरा दिखाओ, कंप्यूटर तुम्हारा चेहरा देखे तो ही दरवाजा खुलेगा। सो टेक्नोलॉजी कैन हेल्प अस अ लॉट व्हेन वी हैव दिस इश्यू, एंड द ब्यूटी इज द टेक्नोलॉजी कैन हेल्प अस इमीडिएटली। एक नए आदमी को लाना, रिक्रूट करना, ट्रेन करना, उसको उस पोजीशन पे पहुंचाना इज अ लॉन्ग साइकिल। Whereas to implement a technology solution, it's a very easy. So that is also what we should look at and we are looking at. Churi, thank you.
Thank you, Hemang sir. Definitely, it is an eye-opener for us, and we have been hearing that there has been significant positive change, but we hearing it from you makes a significant difference, and definitely the faith on the system is definitely on the upswing. And thank you so much, sir. Now, we start the validatory event for the first workshop. I just want to give you a sense of what we have been talking about. A quick 10 minutes presentation. This series of workshop, as I had earlier mentioned, is institutionalization of the skilling ecosystem for realizing the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. A new perspective based on the underwater domain awareness framework. And of course, we are talking about the digital. Oceans is a little wrong word, if I may say so, because there is a huge amount of freshwater systems. So we may make a mistake because the freshwater systems are equally very, very important. So now, of course, we are talking about the SAGAR vision. There is a lot to be done. So I'll also talk about certain mega projects, then challenges and opportunity, what is UDA, institutionalized framework, and then way ahead. Next, please. Now, India in the 21st century, SAGAR vision is definitely a game changer in terms of recognizing our role as a leader in the region. And this is very important for us to realize because we are in the tropical waters. India's position, I mean, for the youngsters, we can say we are the only nation in the world on which an ocean is named. So if we don't take pride, then I think who else? So from that perspective, I think it's a very, very important announcement. We talk about, right now we have 20 lakh square kilometer of exclusive economic zone. We have applied to the International Seabed Authority. It is likely to go up to double. So then the maritime India and the terrestrial India will almost become equal. The contribution of the maritime India to the GDP is not even 4%. So if we want to progress, whether it is 5 trillion or 10 trillion, I don't want to get into that debate. The share of the maritime domain or the underwater domain has to be really, really significant. Otherwise, you have assets in your pocket and you're not using it. Then, of course, when we talk about regional leadership aspiration, capacity building is the best tool for leadership. If you can help them, not in crisis, but in them managing the crisis themselves. That's what capacity building does. It enables them. Because the West has been traditionally giving you food to eat, but not how to grow the food. So capacity building is about that. They will respect you more. And there is nobody other than India which can do that. Because West does not understand tropical waters. So we have to really take note of this. If we do not leverage our advantages, we will make a mistake. Then Indian Ocean region, it is our ocean. And Indian Ocean region is very, very unique today. Globally, the strategic interactions are today happening in the Indian Ocean region. So if we do not take pride and take leadership, then again, we will miss the bus. The government, I mean, not just the mega announcement of the SAGAR vision, there have been multiple mega initiatives. I'll talk about it a little bit. But you must also realize when we talk about the underwater, acoustics is the only tool that works underwater. What you use in the mobile phone, the electromagnetic waves, that does not propagate underwater. The speed of sound in air is 345 meters per second. Speed of sound underwater is 1500 meters per second. 5 times more efficiency. But acoustic capacity and capability building, I mean, that's why I'm really pushing UDA. underwater domain requires a different technology, a different know-how, a different capability. That's why the focus is very, very important on the UDA. Next, please. Now, when we talk about mega initiative, Hemangji talked about the various government organizations. I want to also bring in the various big initiatives and why UDA is relevant to that. Sagar Mala is a port-led growth. I think 6 lakh crores have been allocated, and a lot more will be allocated by the government in future. But this is a very important sector. But if we do not see the underwater, I mean, when we talk about Sagar Mala port-led growth, how will you manage ports if you cannot manage the siltation in the port, if you cannot manage navigability in the ports? Inland water transport is again a very important area. Not getting to the details, I'm just trying to list down why UD is important. Gati Shakti, last minute connectivity, multimodal transport. JNPT puts 1,000 trucks in the road every day. If you can remove that and put it in the water, it is not only the cost is 1/4, but look at the efficiency it will bring to the whole ecosystem. Swachh Bharat, water quality is very important. We do not have, in many places, either we are throwing or using high quality water for purposes which don't require them. We are flushing high quality water through our flushes, but there are people who don't have high quality water for domestic purposes. So there is a lot of work to be done there. Digital India, I mean, there is already an initiative, but I want to take it underwater. And deep ocean mission, it's a big focus of the government, but there is a lot of capacity building required. We are fortunate that Ministry of Earth Sciences have taken us as a capacity building partner for that. Next. Now, challenges. As I said, tropical waters, the sonar performance, sonar is the only instrument that can see below water, degrades by 70%. So if we do not work, what we import from the West degrades by 70%. So if we have to work and improve. Lack of site-specific local inputs. We have very little understanding of our water. So then only if you do not understand the ecosystem, you will not be able to make the components of the ecosystem interact with each other properly. Fragmentation. I mean, if you talk about the maritime or the underwater, there are 17 ministries and agencies which are relevant. But I think a lot more coordination is required. Of course, the acoustic, many big scientific organizations also don't have a well-announced acoustic department or acoustic team. There is not a single academic institution in this country which has acoustics as a subject. And digital transformation will require a whole lot, as Hemangji also said. I mean, even the legal framework will be required. I mean, from even the cyber security aspect will, I mean, if so much data or so much goes into the digital domain, then we also have to look at the security of it. And of course, we have to work towards pooling of resources and synergizing of effort. Next, please. Now, some of the specific areas, freshwater management. I mean, when I say management, it is the resource management, availability of resources, and also the quality of resources, which is made. Do you have any idea what water is flowing into your tap? In today's world, I think there can be an app which can tell you what exactly is coming into your tap. So similarly, sediment transport, we have to look at that. Sediment classification. Now, there is so much underwater construction. I mean, if you are building a bridge, if you do not know sediment bearing pressure, we have to create maps. Can you expect a small time contractor to invest in those kind of things? There's a lot of work to be done there. What is the benthic impact on the benthic ecosystem? What is the impact, even when you say underwater pollution, plastic pollution, or various, what are the foreign objects that are lying in the bottom of the water body? Now, Brahmaputra today is the only basin which is surplus. All other, I mean, it is not only the lack, today we are 20% short fresh water. In the next 10 years, it could go up to 80% as a nation. But it is not just this worry. It is the unequal distribution of availability of water. That is even a bigger worry. And then the quality of water. What is available? There are many areas there is the natural water available in the groundwater is reasonably polluted that we need to worry. Indus, again, a very, very important area. Now, there is a different set of rules in J&K. So water will become a very important issue. If we do not manage water properly, then again, we may have a problem. Community support. Now the coastal communities, the riverine communities, many times they are not part of the whole development process. The financial institutions don't take them seriously because their practices have a lot of, so we can bring the digital framework to bring a lot of certainty. Then the financial why can't a farmer get a loan? You're talking about a startup youngster who doesn't understand so much of life compared to a community. He is being offered loan. I mean, now the banks actually run after the startups to give money, but why not to the community? So there's a lot of work to be done there. So there are areas which require sustainable blue economy. I mean, we are announcing a lot of mega projects. Are we really taking care of the sustainability aspect? I mean, are we really close to the targets and indicators of the sustainable development goals? Waterfront management. I mean, I think we in India have an advantage. We didn't board the bus earlier, but when you're boarding it later, you have the wisdom of the rest of the world. Waterfront management, again, that's a very important issue, both security and otherwise. Strategic security is important. Sustainable development goals, marine spatial planning. I think from a policy perspective, marine spatial planning will not just operational management, policy intervention, but also predicting the future. These are tools which can, I mean, the digital tool can really give you a lot of advantage. And then, of course, we need to map the whole tropical condition characteristics in a manner that it can be leveraged. Next. So this is the framework. I just want to take half a minute on this. If you look at the 4 faces of the cube, they represent the 4 stakeholders, which is national security. I mean, we had a Kasab incident. I don't think we expect that the next guy will also come by a surface boat. So there is a reasonable amount of threat, internal and external security. Both sustainable blue economy is one, environment and disaster management, and of course, science and technology. How we can get more and more science and technology into it. I mean, the startup ecosystem, we're so happy that we are in a in Bhau Institute now. Then if you look at the vertical construct, we have very little understanding of our own waters. Even many of the policies we have actually taken from outside, which does not map onto our, now imagine 70% degradation, how will it apply to our conditions? So we have to really develop our own, I mean, Prime Minister has also talked about vocal for local. So we have to understand our waters. So a lot of sensing, analysis and regulation. There are young people, this also solves the demographic challenge. Many of our students are called unemployable, but this will bring purpose to their entire education and entire skilling and knowledge. So each of the blocks can actually represent a particular thing. So this is a truly multidisciplinary framework where each of the cube represents a specific project or a specific idea that needs to be taken up. And also from a policy perspective, the government can prioritize. Many places I've seen, even our research institutes are actually doing overlapping work. So the government can say, this is my priority, so, or this is already done, so this is colored. You don't have to worry about this, do that. So a lot of structure can come on a larger management of the entire underwater domain. Next, please. So when we talk about the institutionalized framework, we have reached out to the NSDC to set up, I mean, Maratha Chamber has forwarded that. So we have, I mean, it has gone through due diligence and it will be discussed there. FICCI has also found value. So we are taking that forward. So I think the entire user academia industry partnership can be driven well. The whole of nation approach, we reached out to Niti Aayog and a detailed report has been submitted. What are the concern areas and how it can be taken forward? That is doing the round. We have this concept of center of excellence where we're talking about 5 centers, a multidisciplinary research center, academic center. We've got our courses approved by the AICT, then a skilling center. We've got courses approved by the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Coming down to an innovation center, we have more than 100 startup ideas which are matured enough to be taken. We get about 300 plus applications every year from IITs and top premier institutes. And of course, the fifth one is the policy center, where a proper, well-informed policy making can be supported. And the user academia industry, I'll just take a slide after this. And of course, the governance mechanism. I mean, in many ways, I mean, we are so happy that CBC has given us so much support, but there is so much work to be done. And a more structured approach is important, and we are discussing so many of them. And alignment with the global order. Now, globally, the oceans have become important. Unless we keep pace, our national and the local policies keep pace with the global structure, I think I mean, now today we are not a local player. We are a regional and beyond. So we have to keep track of what the global ecosystem is talking about. Next, please. So this is the User Academy partnership. So as you look at the funnel, already we don't have to get new schemes. Everything is there. Make in India is there, Skill India is there, Startup India is there, with digital India, with a lot of allocation of resources already by the government. The mechanisms are there. They just need to be slightly aligned to the underwater. And these are the specific, Hemang sir also mentioned in his presentation. So all this can be put together and you get policy intervention, technology intervention, and capacity building. And various stakeholders can be served by just this one structured approach. Next, please. So my proposal, last slide, outreach, mega initiative and stakeholder. This is just one. It is very long. I mean, many people think I've gone out of my mind. 5-day workshops, 3 of them, and then a 2-day workshop. But we said that it is important, so we have still pushed through. And engagement. So once we have done the outreach, identified with the stakeholders specific areas, then we go into the engagement at multiple levels. Young students, offer them fellowship, stakeholders, identify areas where they can come forward. These students can go and work with them. So build the ecosystem, and of course, the communities. We are reaching out. The third workshop is going to the communities. What are the requirements of the communities? Identify them and take it forward. And then at the sustained level, put up project proposals. I mean, there are already government instruments where research funding is possible, where various, so we can just link them to this. So the sustainable thing will bring the actual policy and technology intervention which needs to be taken forward. And then of course, alignment with the national, local, national, regional. I mean, the local bodies also are need, like there is a lot of work going on in Pune. Khadakwasla is there, and the local authorities need a lot of support, so we can work with them. Then massive capacity building. I mean, it has to be structured and vocal for local. I mean, traditional knowledge. We've had sessions here. We are going to have more sessions. How we can map the traditional knowledge to the next level. How technology can be an enabler, not a replacement for the local ways. Next, please. Thank you. So I'll request for your esteemed guests to kindly come on the stage. Pratap Rao sir, please. Hemang sir, please. Admin Verma sir. Subedar sir. And please. So please come, sir. We have a seat for you, sir. You are today you are representing as Vice Chancellor. So please join us, sir. So I'll request Sudhir Subedar sir to kindly give a few words. Subedar sir. You can come here, sir.
Good afternoon after lunch. I'm Mr. Jani, Edwin Verma. I had a IWT lecture yesterday. Some of you may have listened to me on the online platform. Capacity building, I mentioned to Mr. Jani, and Commander Das has mentioned a little while ago. We need to a lot of catching up to do, particularly in the underwater domain and waterfront in particular. If water resources off the coast, inside the mainland, particularly for logistic purposes, to reduce logistic costs, the Indian dream of make in India, for India, sell outside will not work because our logistic costs simply are too high. And I'm hoping that today's workshop, a series of workshops will focus on the need for capacity building in the water sector. Thank you.
You see, small things in capacity and capability building. Get in front of the mic, first thing. Yeah. So I was fortunate to be here on the first day, and today, by accident, I'm here, which is good because there are quite a few of them I've seen online. I couldn't come because I wasn't too well, but I'm very happy that I was one of the doubting Thomases. No, he was saying some people said that how will you do 5 workshops? This, that, this. I was one of them, so I own up for that. The issue is not how long is the workshop, what is the workshop going to be? That is the more important thing. And I must say, Arnav, you surprised me. This week has been full of, interaction. Maybe not everything to do with underwater, but these things do lead us to think in those terms, even in underwater. That is the message that one can take, because some students who've been here, we're wondering if the underwater domain bola hai, why not? No. Each of that, what you heard in the last few lectures is important. I was very happy to hear about inland water transport, which Subhada Sahab, Captain Subhada, I saw this thing on line. I was online yesterday on inland water transport. And, it's something surprising. I'll just give you that, forget about inland water transport, even coastal transportation, we are quite poor. I was working in a program rather. Yeah, I keep saying, because of him, I started saying project. It's program, where my construction was being done at Surat. And these things have to move to Visakhapatnam. And there was no coastal shipping for me to take these items. And minus a top secret project or program. So how do I move this? So I was surprised when I had to move it. This is in the first block I moved in, the first lot of blocks I moved in 2002, 2003. And we had to hire a barge, because Surat is very low water. So we had to get some barges, which was no problem. But getting the barges and thereafter bring it to Bombay and then take it by sea along the coast, we had to have a foreign ship. So automatically, of course it was covered, made into a big container, this, that, etc. But please do remember that there are something called bill of lading, this, that, etc. You may say what you feel like, but things do get out of hand. So when I heard that now in the case of Sagarmala, we were doing the coastal and thing, I sometimes wonder why people didn't think about it. Similarly with inland water, those who've been in European countries will see how the rivers are used. Almost all major heavy things go by the rivers, so that your roads are free for, not the trucks don't have to be that many. So you have the roads which are free for you. We have internal rivers. Of course, they're not maintained, so badly sedimented. A recent example is, we had this thing which was that tourist thing, Ganga Vilas, which was from Lucknow to Varanasi to the other end. And what happened in Assam? Your programs had to change. The reason is because you couldn't land your people ashore. Why didn't we think about it? Everybody knows. So therefore, Ganga is so badly silted. Sometimes I wonder, because you said that the width of the Ganga is 8 kilometers, maybe it was supposed to be 5. The other 3 must be overflow, because now you've silted it so much. So these are things, it's not that I'm only thinking about it, people are working on it, but obviously it hasn't got the understanding of the ecosystem that we need to do this and things. So there are a lot. I'm sure that interactions like this, irrespective of what happens, bring out these things, and especially young students should start thinking in those lines. If I'm going to take a jahaj to a place, kaise le jaunga? How does this thing go? Right till the end. Not go and get stuck. Because I felt very embarrassed when I read that people couldn't go ashore with all the foreigners sitting on board. So even in such things, mistakes do happen. One of the very important things which in the last slide, which is talked about the oceans. I've been an ocean man for a long time. we forget that, there is no wall, there is no boundary, right? There are only international laws. The laws, therefore, your laws should fit into the international law. And then the state, the coast, should understand his part of the law. I will guarantee you that any state you take, coastal state, except Gujarat, which has worked very hard on the thing, there is a lack of knowledge on the coastal and the river mouth in that area. They absolute lack of knowledge. So when we are talking of underwater domain, and since we are using the internal waters also, there's a lot of capacity that needs to be built here. Now, why I talked about thing, we yesterday somebody was saying that, we know that 200 nautical miles from the thing is the EEZ, and the extended nautical mile, which is in the front, will become 350 nautical miles. And like he said, that as I know, it will be about 3,000 square kilometer, 3 million square kilometers of water. We're forgetting all that small islands. There's somebody said, you said that you must go to Port Blair, this, that, etc. Everybody tells me to go to Port Blair. Nobody asked me to go to Lakshadweep. It's beautiful. You've got coral, you've got thing, but you don't have tourism. So automatically people go to where there is tourism. So there's a lot that, is there. The challenges, one of the challenges in our thing, which especially with respect to our MRC is concerned, we should not be, while we are working along anything, we should not forget other organizations that are working in this domain. And it is very important to know and appreciate and try and fit into their requirements, right? Like if we can build capacity, we can build skills for them, for which we have to understand what are the skills that they presently require. That's one very important thing which we should do. We know it, but does he want what we know? That's the thing we must do. You are rightly Ministry of Earth Sciences. They've got a lot of the NIOT and things working on these things. National Physical Oceanography Laboratories are working on mapping. Other day I was in Visakhapatnam when we were talking, and I think I mentioned to you, NIOT has got 60 monitoring stations in Bay of Bengal and in Arabian Sea. They're monitoring temperature, they're monitoring current, etc. I asked them, why didn't you put a hydrophone and measure the noise? Simple. So didn't think of it. So I told the director, I'll come, and I told Arnab, let's go. So we can work together to bring this, because unfortunately, we are a very small organization with big ideas. We have to ensure that we become a part of some big organization to take it forward. Which is pooling of resources. He won't know, he's not interested. We know the thing, we are interested, therefore we have to go to him. Something which I was telling to Hemant, that when you need something, just forget everything, let's move and get the thing. We can have any number of these presentations, people will come and go. So in all, what I want to only tell the students, underwater domain is something that one would believe we don't know. The day you know that you don't know, you're actually a Gyani, right? But the issue is, it's not, you know there is an underwater domain, you think, but we don't know enough of it. So please read about it. There's enough literature. Today you're lucky, there's the internet. There's enough there. MRC's website carries a lot of things which I get most of my knowledge from there only, irrespective of my experience at sea. So please read thing, and it'll definitely take us forward. And once again, it was an interesting day. I learned a lot. I hope some of you also learned. Thank you. We can meet outside for tea.
Yeah, during tea time, please. We're a little short of time, please. Sir is here for a little longer because Hemang sir and Pratap Rao sir has to leave. We are fortunate to have Sri Pratap Rao Pawar sir, who's the chairman of the COEP and the Bhau Institute. So I'll request sir to give his comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I really don't know about this subject for which we all have gathered. I have little knowledge about this, and let me be honest about it. But what I learned in Portugal when I was there, the Europeans learned the importance of marine a long time back, about 700-800 years ago. And the Portuguese were telling me they were controlling entire sea coast in the world for 150 years. So they conquered Goa, like Vasco da Gama, we all know. They conquered Brazil, which is 3.5 times India, and many other things. This is only Portugal. Then came British. They took over the three of these British, Portugal out and took the charge of all marine lines all over the world. And they conquered USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. And you see the geography. So we have never understood this. On the contrary, in our religion, Hindu religion, Samudra Gaman was a pap. How the hell are you going to know about sea? Because going to the sea was outcasted. So we remain very short-sighted, or we remain cut off from the world, whereas the Europeans went all over the world. Open-mindedness, we are looking for opportunity, willing to fight, willing to work and conquer and rule. I think we lost very long words for a long time, but now, what we can do now? The issue is that, as Mr. Jani said, we have, for example, in Pune, 27 R&D institutes of national stature, no dialogue amongst each other. I was there 2 days ago. Akhilesh Sharma was there. I said, sir, we are not, forget about the institutions. There is no dialogue among the departments. Even COP, I had to make an effort to look, talk to each other, find out we can do together. Togetherness is a tremendous strength. And luckily, Government of India with Prime Minister Modi's policies is bringing a lot of things together, making them work together. And I think that really gives us a good future. Amongst you also, you should find these kind of exhibitions, seminars, or in research institute to see what their opportunities are available. Today, through Maratha Chamber of Commerce, we are going to start first exhibition in India where all R&D institutes will come and they display what they have and what they need. Whether it's defense, whether it's aviation, whether it's marine, whether it's chemical technology, whether it's building construction, it's everything. So individually, we have a lot of knowledge. Collectively, if we work together, things will dramatically change. To say Atma Bharat is a good idea, question is how to implement that. And unless we come together, break the walls, this will not happen. Otherwise, if you do that, India has a glorious future. You guys have a great future. For that purpose, my generation or his generation, we are trying to make how to break those barriers, how to make the doors open, and how to avoid those opportunities for the youngsters. I think this is what our endeavor is. We'll work very hard on this purpose and see that your talent is being utilized to the best possible manner. I think this is all I want to say about. I congratulate you for making this kind of arrangement and dialogue. It will help, but this needs to be spread all over. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You were instrumental in making it happen, sir, not me. You were very generous to allow us this whole facility and for such a long time. Thank you so much, sir. Hemang, sir, your last word, sir.
Ji and all the dignitaries, I think I have said enough for the occasion, but one of the important points that you made, sir, is that we don't know our oceans enough. And we have, in India, fortunately, we have one of the largest coastline, but we don't realize. So I think we should go and think about it more and more. And we should also bring that awareness not to the government, but to the campuses. Because we don't know our oceans much, we don't study about it, we don't write about it. There are not enough stories about it. Startups don't think about enough solutions which are focused on that domain. Because underwater domain has tremendous opportunity for startups as well. And this is not a domestic opportunity. This is a global opportunity. Everybody needs this. So for startups, this is a tremendous opportunity. And you have fortunately have the engineering college and the incubator both together. So I hope students will also pick up the idea. But on the serious work that MRC is doing, Dr. Das and the team is doing, is very important, because within government, at least we have 20 departments where we need for them to know about everything from laws and from simple technology and its implication, and also from support perspective. So I congratulate MRC and COP both for putting together. I know you are in a very, very, very niche area, and to put together an event in this such a niche area is very difficult. So I must congratulate all of you that you have been successfully able to put together such a wonderful event which will serve as a knowledge bank for all of us. And thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Himang sir, you came down to Pune for us. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much. And the team also, a very young and dynamic team, and they have been really been very, very kind, and we have discussed so much, and there's a lot in store. And the young students behind, I just missed Admiral Verma was the Chief of Material in the Navy, which is the highest technical position in the Navy. After that, he took over as the Director General of the Nuclear Submarine Project. It was under his leadership that the nuclear submarine was launched. So I think somebody very important, and the young people must know it's my failure that I failed to introduce him to the crowd. Sir will be here for a little while after this. Hemang sir and Pratap Rao Pawar sir have to leave. So we'll break for tea, and then we can come back here to listen to sir a little bit. Thank you so much, sir.
It's completely localized. So you can give the rupees in some virtual, it's a virtual rupee. So is yeah, we are talking about a currency. Yeah. Money is almost right there by now. So right now it will say ATM still has to go to the bank. आपको बोलेगा ना कि आपका बैंक अकाउंट तो मैं लिख पैसा वो देगा. Digital rupee is something that came in your wallet. Then you know the wallet doesn't need to go back to ask your bank. It's already there, like cash. So सीधा मैं आपको मेरे वॉलेट से आपके वॉलेट में डाल दूंगा. जैसे अभी मैं 1 रुपए का नोट डालूं. ये नोट डालते वक्त तो मैं ऐसे को पूछने नहीं जाता हूँ कि ये नोट मैं डालूं. या आप भी नहीं पूछने जाते हो कि ये नोट इसका ही है ना. I haven't even I don't know. That's the concept. Thank you. चलिए. This was my next question, and you told about
It's like a continuous session. We got so many carried by. So the students want to make you. Try somewhere in cooking. So why is it not scaling up then? Why do you have one one clearly? अभी second अपने जैसा second है, third भी बन गया, वो भी same है. Straight in. Well, I was thinking I'll do it on the desktop. So how is this compatible desktop as well as the VR headset? So VR headset, I will bring it. So ये जो डिग्री स्टेप चेयर है ना मैडम फील किया प्रॉब्लम is so many things from the no bandwidth. I am using Ethernet. How do you connect? Just wire. Wire. 600. Ethernet. What we can do, can you share the presentation from my from this laptop? Yeah, it is all set up to the 16. And it is compatible laptop. Right, so 60. And think can I have copy or you're gonna so the program is run through it once. It's only for yeah for 2 days. For instant, but for so Monday I'm not here. Yeah, from the yeah. So maybe I'm not saying so from the second one. This one is giving us. We hope we just connecting the battery.
Yes, I can just